around back in 2018, 2019. I went and worked in New York with other companies. I worked on TV on FS1. I got to be on MLB Network for years. I got to work in Chicago at what was once 670 The Score in Chicago. Like, I've been very lucky in the sports media landscape. But the one thing that I always wanted to bring, and something I think you very much want to bring, is a professional athlete's perspective. Because I feel like, especially in this sphere, it's not exactly looked at that way. It is a lot of people who always are kind of looking at the athletes like they're a number on a spreadsheet or a number. And by the way, I'm not saying this about Bill. I'm just saying this about kind of the industry as a whole. Like, yeah, people want to have takes that get clicks, that get engagement. You and I kind of go about it with the approach of we're more interested in educating the fan about the sports that they love, honestly, because I want them to love that sport more.
I mean, that's the way, you know, I want the relationship to be in terms of, you know, folks that engage and listen and spend time with us. Like, yeah, we're going to be authentic. We're going to be honest. We're going to have an opinion or a perspective on situations, on, you know, plays that happen in the game, et cetera, et cetera. But because for me, I feel like at one point I was one of the folks that we're talking about.
Yes.
Whether we're talking about a player or a coach or a manager or whatever. And so, and having worn those shoes before, the last, like, I can get to that point, but I'm going to start from the place of compassion, the place of like, I can understand maybe how they made that decision or the process they went through in getting to that point, because I was once there. And so, you know, kind of starting with that first before getting to then saying, you know, man, I like making a wholesale judgment. It's different than, like, there's a way of, I can be critical of a decision that you made around a sport, right? We talked about the play with the Phillies where the guys ran the bases incorrectly.
Oh, yeah.
We can criticize the decision to run the bases.
Yeah, it was a stupid. Specifically, you're talking about the JT Realmuto ending a play against the Phillies.
Yes.
Yeah, stupid decision.
Correct.
Hold him accountable for that terrible play. Yeah.
But once we start then like extrapolating out and then trying to say these large judgments around intent, you know, character, bigger picture things, that's where I think, you know, we've gotten in trouble a little bit when we cover sports. And we have to know that in this position with the microphone, with the platform, how we say certain things are going to be received a certain way. Doesn't mean we can't be critical and not even critical. We can't be honest, but you can also be honest without being critical in tone and or in nature. You can say, man, that was not a smart decision that he made on that play, without saying like, oh man, that's the dumbest basketball decision I've ever seen, man. Why would, like, you don't have to, even if you think that, you don't have to necessarily say that.
Yeah, it gets hyperbolic kind of fast. It does happen, especially in this industry as a whole. But you know what we think? What do you guys think? Let's go to Mo in L.A. Mo, talk to us. You're on with D-Fish and Decker.
Hey, good morning, guys. It's always a pleasure listening to you folks, especially to Fish, considering that I've been a Laker fan since the 70s.
Yeah.
That gives you a little bit about my age. But, you know, to go back to the question about LeBron, I mean, at the end of the day, it's clear to me that LeBron is only concerned with championships. So if you think about it, how many teams has he won championships with? So, you know, whether or not he loves L.A., it's not about whether he loves L.A. I think LeBron just is in pursuit of championships. He doesn't care about what jersey he wears. He cares about where he actually wins. I wish he was still with L.A., and I'm sure L.A. would accommodate him if he wanted to be with L.A. But he doesn't believe that L.A. is a team that can be of championship caliber. So, you know, I mean, to Bill's point, whether he loves L.A. or not, it doesn't matter. I think what really matters is what LeBron really wants from life. And what he wants is championships. He's always been in pursuit of it. He was with it when he was with Cleveland, moved to Miami, came back to Cleveland, and then came to the Lakers and won championships with each one of those teams. So it's obvious to me that LeBron's about LeBron, not about a team. He's just in pursuit of championships.
Yeah, and trust me, I do understand that take. And by the way, I don't think that's a bad thing. I mean, didn't we also kind of do this to LeBron anyways? We mocked him in this industry. We yelled at him when he was over there in Cleveland his first go around. You're never going to be Jordan because you don't got 5 rings. It's in movies, it's in TV shows. And now that he goes and wins the rings, now we're mad at him for that. Like, make up your minds.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's gone through different iterations of what he has wanted his experience to be. I think he's always been about winning. And I want to come back to that point of what winning really is. I think after a certain amount of years in Cleveland where he felt like that breakthrough moment was not going to happen, like couldn't get past the Celtics, couldn't get past the Pistons at a certain point until they got through there. But there was a feeling that, man, the love I have for winning, I may not be able to experience if I don't go find it somewhere else. So he made the choice to go to Miami. Learned how to win, won multiple titles, and then I don't know for sure, got to a point where it wasn't like, oh man, I hate Miami, I want to go back to Cleveland, or I don't like Miami, I want to go back to Cleveland. I believe it also was, I've won championships next to Dwayne Wade, next to Chris Bosh, et cetera. Like, now I think I can go back to Cleveland. I see the way their team is constructed with a certain type of personnel. I think we can also win championships in Cleveland. They got that done. Came to LA, did it here. Lastly, on winning. Winning is the most team thing that you can ever be about. There's no way to say a guy is only focused on championships and winning and only focused on himself at the same time. You can't do both.
Yeah.
You can't be one guy that's only worried about yourself and have won as much as he has won.
Yeah.
Those two things do not go together.
Yeah, it's a tricky dichotomy. Let's go to Mo in Gardena. Rob in Gardena. Let's go to Rob in Gardena. Talk to us, Rob. You're on with D-Fish and Decker.
Good morning, guys. I usually call I'm the LeBron is the sixth man for the Lakers.
Yeah,
guys,
we remember. How you doing, Rob?
Yeah. Good. I just wanted to give you a take on Bill.
Yeah.
I'm an old school guy, so I feel like there needs to be some loyalty, but that's a different generation. So I think that's what was Bill's take, was there's no loyalty in sports anymore. And in terms of LeBron, I just feel like he's a little bit opportunistic, which is okay. And I think that's why Laker fans are kind of maybe butthurt that he didn't pick the Lakers and he didn't want to stay here. So that's kind of my take on Bill's take.
I appreciate that, Rob. No, and it's funny, though, because I honestly think, D-Fish, and you and I have discussed this on the show, and we will discuss this going forward. I mean, I would say it's like 50-50. Half of them didn't want LeBron to come back. So, like, there is a very interesting dichotomy around this, and we will discuss this on the other end right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back to the show. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, we are taking your calls. 855-975-2326. That's 855-975-2326. Just took some calls just now on the LeBron of it all. We had Bill Reiter on at the beginning of this hour and led to a couple extra conversations, a couple topics. My issue is not necessarily with Bill himself. Like, I did ask him a question on why he drew the conclusion that he didn't like LA. I never really felt I got that answer, and I still don't feel like I got that answer. And the mercenary thing of it all that he said is something I still do kind of agree with him on, but it's not really labeled on LeBron. Every free agent in every sport, by basic definition, is pretty much a mercenary. I mean, that is what they're doing. They're a hired gun to come and do a job. And I don't really fault anyone, including LeBron, for that as well. So that part of the take never bothered me. The part of the take that always bothered me was this idea that he didn't like LA, or that it just, that you're drawing conclusions that simply don't make a ton of sense to me compared to what the conclusions I think need to be drawn, which was the best basketball situation for him, the amount of money he was getting, and how that was all going to work, and the fact that he was already here for 8 years and probably just wanted to leave. It was the same team. I mean, 8 years with one team, D-Fish.
Yeah.
In today's day and age.
I think the answer was, I guess the nuance that he described in like the 20 minutes that they covered it, or that he covered it. I think he's saying he broke down the reasons why he feels like he was a mercenary, and that's not necessarily negative. And then why he didn't love Los Angeles. I guess he broke that down. I haven't listened to the full thing. I'm not sure what reasons he gave as to why he didn't love Los Angeles. The only one he gave here, or one of the ones he gave here with us, was that he turned down money from the Clippers to stay in Los Angeles.
But basketball decision-wise, it's not a great basketball decision for him right now.
Yeah, and it's not. It's just not a part of the overall psyche when you're making certain decisions as a free agent. Like, yes, you want to, ideally you can find a place where, if you have school-age children, they have great schools and, safe communities, and, depending on what you like your work commute to be. Is it shorter? Is it longer? Do you have to drive this far, et cetera? Like, all of these real life things. But then there are also situations where it's just like, I want to work at a particular place, and I'm willing to sacrifice all the other things. I don't care if it's cold, hot, far from work, bi-coastal. If I got to, some people don't even have the choice necessarily. Mm-hmm. Their work is a 2-hour drive away from, they don't like it at all. Mm-hmm. But that's what pays the bills. So I'm going to go. Yeah. And I think in this case, winning more championships was the currency, or having the opportunity to do so was the currency that LeBron ultimately decided was what he wanted the currency to be. Mm-hmm. And I don't, it's interesting that the folks that are, I guess, that were okay with him staying in LA if he so chose, are upset that he didn't stay in LA. That now, it seems like there was a smaller contingency of people. I think a lot of people are fine that he has chosen to move on and go somewhere else. But the folks that were okay with him staying in LA possibly are now offended that he didn't just stay in LA and take the minimum in LA, without understanding that was never part of the conversation. I don't think at any point, because that also is difficult on your returning team for an all-time great. The Lakers were in a no-win situation. Yeah. There's no world where they could go to LeBron and ask him respectfully to take the minimum, when we talked about this yesterday. They just executed a majority ownership sale of the team for $10 billion that he drove a lot of the growth of over the last 8 years. You can't go to that person and then say, you know what, to help us out financially, we need you to take this smaller number over here. That's not going to work out very well. Yeah. And it may not have still been the best basketball fit and or situation. And to the point we made with Bill sitting here, if you're in the Western Conference, you can rearrange all the stuff you want to. Mm-hmm. Getting past Oklahoma City and San Antonio has nothing to do with whether LeBron took the minimum or not to stay in LA. the rosters just may not be good enough, period, to me. Other than the Houston Rockets, everybody else is looking way up. Doesn't mean it's not possible, but everybody else is looking way up at OKC and San Antonio.
You know, and I wanted to highlight the phone caller we just had, Mo, because he brought up, well, he's not loyal and he doesn't actually have to be. And I agree with both of those takes. But, like, here's the thing. Loyalty is very much a two-way street. And we as fans seem to only expect the loyalty to be on one side from the players to the organizations. In every single sport, there is 100 years of actual, quantifiable mathematical finances and issues and struggles that prove that, frankly, the loyalty very rarely comes from the teams to the players. Yet we put the onus on the players all the time to be loyal to the teams. And by the way, think about it this way. It's baked into the system that players cannot be loyal to their franchises because, say, you get drafted by your team, you should be loyal to that team, right? Well, what happens when you become an MVP player and they don't want to pay you that money anymore? Am I supposed to still be loyal to that same team? I've played so well, I priced myself out of the city I'm supposed to be loyal to. Why isn't the organization being loyal to me? It's baked into the system. That's why we have free agency craze every single year in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is the conditioning, though, that we've experienced over those generations that you referenced. Like our grandparents, our parents, the stories we heard, the things that we read in newspapers and heard, through different media platforms. Like, that's what we've been sold and told, is that it's, the athlete isn't the one being loyal necessarily. Again, the relatability of some of these experiences, if you take the zeros out of it, many of you listening have worked at the places where you work for 8 years or more, or less in some situations, and you feel you've provided a tremendous amount of value. You've helped the business grow. You've helped your department reach certain numbers. And then when it's time for a promotion, or it's time for more opportunity, or it's time for a raise, and you go in to have that conversation, they hit you with the company line. Oh, hey, sorry. Oh, well, we're doing it. You know how that feels. Mm-hmm. Again, pro athletes experience it differently.
Very.
But the concept is very similar.
Very similar.
And this came up even within the context of Victor Wembanyama's contract extension that he signed with the San Antonio Spurs. He took a considerable amount of money less than he could have gotten paid to allow the Spurs to be able to still go out and put a championship team around him. But the question in today's economics, not the NBA in 1976, why are players being asked to create room for teams to build the roster instead of the team having that responsibility? It's their budget, it's their resources. They're responsible for it for the most part.
Absolutely. Well, let's get back to the calls. 855-975-2326. Talk to us. Oh, the great. You're on with D-Fish and Decker.
D-Fish and Deck, what up, y'all?
Yo.
Okay, so I'm at the part where y'all going back and forth with Reiter. I was just telling Raj, don't have that fool on there no more, man. That dude, he gets mad at Fish from saying it from his point of view, what he would do, but all he's talking about is from his point of view. I love LA. He doesn't love LA enough. And that is the problem with 90% of sports media. They're too busy doing it from their point of view. How about you don't do that and put yourself in the mind of the freaking player? The player is what's important, not your point of view, dumbass sports journalist. That's what it was. I just love the back and forth. Deck, I love your. I swear to God, this is what I love about Cody Decker, y'all. This is what I love about Cody Decker. My man has no filter, and it's all on his face. He says what he thinks. He doesn't play around. I love your faces, Deck, and I love how real you are with this dude, because this dude sounds like a jerk off. And he can't put himself in a player's point of view. I love LA. I stayed in LA after I was fired. Like, what in the world? Like, come on, man. So I'm just, dude, good job on y'all. I'm at the point right now where D-Fish is like, okay, look, the show starts with me, so let me say this. So
by the way, I got chills when he said that. I was like, oh, D-Fish is coming. Let's go.
Right, finally. Hey, so look, I've been wanting D-Fish to have a hard take on something. D-Fish, real talk, bro, I love you, but you come off like the Carlton Banks of sports sometimes, bro. You never have a hard take on nothing. Like, you always take the money side. So I'm so glad you really have a hard take on something. You got Cody's back. I love this. Great show. I'm gonna keep watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Deuces.
Love you. Oh, the great call as always. Carlton Banks. That means you can dance though.
Yeah, and he said I'll take the money side. Not bad.
Absolutely take the money side. Well, guys, this has been a great show.
Well, can you
so
do
far.
the dance? If you're going to call you the Carlton Banks of radio, can you do the dance?
This is a Dancing with the Stars star in his own right, my guy. He doesn't need to do the Carlton. He can do the D-Fish. What was the D-Fish? D-Fish?
Winning.
Oh, baby. See, that's all you need. Winners, baby. Oh man, well listen, it's an interesting dichotomy. I just think there were so many layers to this aspect that opens up so many different conversations. And like we were saying in the break, like this is even goes down to CBAs and how kind of things are even structured at this point, which is going to be a long topic for you and I as the season goes on, because the Major League Baseball CBA is coming up and they desperately want to make that a salary capped league, of which we'll be dealing with the exact same conversation in Major League Baseball that we're dealing with the NBA right now.
And it factors into a lot of these decisions and why even players are making some of the choices they're making, because you're seeing like teams having to kind of break up and make certain choices and maintain their rosters in certain ways. So some of the places where guys would even want to go or choose to stay don't actually align, don't fit. Teams building a championship roster, it's getting harder and more challenging. And so we're definitely going to continue to talk about it. I look forward to that, in terms of Major League Baseball and what we're going to have to discuss there as those things pick up.
Lots to discuss and a lot to discuss as the weeks go forward. We got NFL, we got NBA offseason and Major League Baseball in full swing. D-Fish, we did it again, my man. Another show in the books. And, of course, we'll be back live with you guys tomorrow morning right here at 6 a.m. for more D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. You don't want to go anywhere. Brock and Alex are next. And, of course, enjoy yourself some sports. We'll see you.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry, here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. Things are getting spicy around LA, Brock. We got a lot of good spicy topics today. Also some spicy moments here on the air, but we're going to get to it later. But Ohtani's former interpreter Ipe's podcast dropped yesterday.
Yes,
also, Ohtani might be a little more injured than we originally thought. Again.
Shocker.
Again.
Keyword again.
Again. Lakers got their centers, but apparently they want more depth. So do they believe or not believe in what they have, which is interesting. Also, Bill Reiter on the morning show. Woof. Things got spicy. We're going to have him join us later this hour on Do You Care? Bill Reiter from DMAC and Reiter. How do you handle spicy situations? Because I am... I cannot help it. I just uncontrollably laugh. And even when I'm supposed to be disciplining my dog or saying no to my daughter, I'm just like, no, don't do that. And then,
that is funny.
And then I have to walk in the corner because I can't stop laughing.
Yeah. No, I don't react much at all, actually. And I'm sure this is sports related because when you're in a locker room just full of testosterone and some guys who are just on tilt at all times, you kind of learn to tune it out. You know how picture your elementary school classroom with the broken air conditioner and it's super loud and annoying, but after a while you just your brain just shuts it off and you don't hear it anymore. I kind of go that to my default. If there's a threat of violence, that's different. Yeah. But as far as the what was the word you were using? Spicy. But as far as spicy, it kind of just washes over because I'm used to tension, I guess.
Yeah. You thrive in the chaos.
There you go.
Yeah, and it's funny about the crazy sounding AC units. We call that start your engines because we have an old AC unit in the house, and I can't concentrate if it's completely silent. I need the noise and the chaos. So we have the fan, we have a purifier, we have an air conditioner going at all times for me to feel calm and relaxed. So what's that say about me? In order for me to feel completely calm, I need chaotic noise
Do you ever
around me.
Just play white noise or anything like that?
Well, no, because the white noise. So we do the white noise in my daughter's room.
Okay.
But then the we have the air conditioning's loud enough.
That is your white noise.
The air purifier, and then I have meditation music playing throughout the entire night while I sleep. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Now that I'm saying that out loud, I'm the fan, the AC, the air purifier, the meditation music, just to calm my mind and my body.
As long as it gets the job done. That's all that matters. No one can knock the process as long as the results are solid.
It's going to be interesting when I actually have to, when my daughter can talk back and I have to, discipline, and I'm just going to be, hysterically laughing, trying to be serious. That's okay. We're going to be great.
It'll work out.
Will it? We hope so. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And you guys, last night, Dinger City at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
What? Those are my favorite kind of games, minus the fact that we weren't able to walk away with the win. But 7 home runs. Ohtani, just setting the tone, hitting his 10th leadoff home run of the season, now his 23rd of the year. And I kind of figured out what Ohtani needs to do to stay healthy.
Okay.
Just keep hitting home runs so we can just gingerly run around the bases. Even a ground rule double. Then he can just jog to second base. Then he's fine.
It's not a bad theory.
Right?
It is not a bad theory. And once again, you have been keeping track every year that whenever there is another rumored injury or an article of any kind against Shohei Ohtani, he goes out and performs. He goes out, hits a leadoff home run, and on the same day that the first 2 episodes of the podcast drops, your theory remains true.
Oh, I didn't even think about the podcast.
Yeah.
I was thinking about whenever there's a new injury or setback, he hits a home run. And yesterday we found out more information about like why his bullpen got pushed, and it was his bicep that was kind of an issue and bugging him again, not necessarily the knee.
Yeah.
So in my mind, I'm like, oh, that's what it was. I didn't even think about the Ippei and all that stuff coming out. There was a lot going on for Ohtani yesterday.
That is a motivated man.
And he goes, you know what? Let me just divert the attention from all of that stuff and focus on this home run. And he does. And like he did great. Muncy also crushed a 430-foot home run. He has been red hot. And I am so happy for Max Muncy because when his bat is hot in this Dodgers lineup, things are going well.
That's a great point. And he hits the most surefire home runs ever. I mean, just prototypical crack of the bat. Everyone in there knows that this ball, not only is it gone, it might leave the actual stadium itself. His fifth inning solo home run was to take the lead. And not only that, he is tied now with Eric Karros with 130 home runs, being tied for the most home runs in Dodger Stadium with 130. So assuming Max Muncy hits a home run today or tomorrow, which is incredibly likely, he will be the home run leader in Dodger Stadium.
That's great. I mean, Muncy and Ohtani like making history yesterday because Ohtani, with his 28th leadoff home run as a Dodger, tied for second most in franchise history, just behind Mookie Betts, who holds that record with 32. But like again, with all the Ohtani stuff coming out, I would not be surprised if both these guys hit a couple more home runs during this homestand, this short homestand. But it wasn't just the Dodgers who hit home runs yesterday, you guys. Seattle. 5 home runs. 4 of those came against your boy, Justin Robleski. And it was weird because the Dodgers were scoring runs and they were playing well and they had the opportunities. Like they had the tying run at third base in the 9th and you were watching it and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, no. This is what the Dodgers do. They come back late. It's going to be fine. And they just couldn't capitalize on the opportunity. Like Mookie hit into a very routine game-ending out.
Yeah.
And you can't just focus on the last opportunity, though, because the Dodgers had several chances to put the game away. They had bases loaded and didn't fully take advantage of those opportunities. And you got to go back to, I think, Robleski.
Yep.
A career high 4 home runs over the 6 innings. My question is, though, again, we've been praising Robleski throughout the season, and he's deserved it. He has been the strong number 2 in this Dodgers rotation, but he's also kind of been pitch managed a bit by Dave Roberts, and so why he left him in as long as he did, maybe to see if he could work through it, I don't know. Like that was an interesting move by Roberts, especially when he's been monitoring his workload so much this season.
Yeah, from the very first inning, it was clear that Seattle had Robleski's number. I mean, there were 2 foul home runs and some other balls that were just cracked that just barely made it foul, and he was really struggling with the top half of that lineup, and whether the balls were fair or foul, there was a feeling of Robleski's pitching well, but Seattle is collectively dialed in on something. And eventually a lot of those balls straightened out and they ended up being fair home runs and fair doubles and singles. So Robleski goes 6 innings, 5 runs, of course, 7 strikeouts, 7 hits, but the 4 home runs is what makes it a tough day. The difficult thing for him is other than those 4 pitches that ended up being a home run, this ends up being one of his better outings. So I don't think you can take away from it that he needs to adjust anything. I think it's just one of those things regarding baseball. He's sitting here with 11 wins, and only then does he go out and have a bad day. Like, this is his first bad day, and if it comes down to 4 pitches, then so be it. He had 3 of his home runs, both of the home runs in the 4th inning and the one in the 6th inning. He had his batter down 2 strikes. It's just the fine line that makes baseball so great. Of if those 3 pitches are a centimeter to the left, a millimeter to the right, maybe they're foul instead of home runs. But the only thing, and I'm not going to use the word concerning, but the only thing that kind of made me tilt my head a little bit was he was showing his visible frustration. Obviously, anyone who gives up 4 home runs is going to be frustrated. But from the very first inning, he was showing that frustration. And he is a high-energy guy, but he's a high-energy positive guy. And goes out, has a tough day, and it's even tougher because, your offense is holding up their end of the bargain. So I'm going to say it was just the one bad day that Robleski has had all season. We're almost 3/4 of the way through it, and you just chalk it up to Seattle having a solid day. And lastly, to your point of Dave Roberts leaving him in, I see that as a testament to the trust he has in Robleski. If this exact scenario,
okay, so it's a positive.
Yeah, if this exact scenario happened June 1st, I believe he gets him out of there in the 4th inning because they were making solid contact. But whether Robleski passed the test, I don't know, probably not. But I see it as a testament of, I trust you, and I'm going to trust you going forward. And it didn't work out this time, but maybe it will next time.
And you know what? They get to do it all over again tonight with Eric Lauer on the mound for the Dodgers, 7:10 first pitch. And Dodgers are 8-0 when he's on the mound.
Yes, they are.
It was wild and Dinger City at Dodgers Stadium last night, but they have an opportunity to turn things around. And they're also getting reinforcements back. Okay. Now, before we dive into who they're getting back, we kind of touched on it off the top of the segment, but Shohei Ohtani, okay, because him coming back and pitching is slowly kind of drifting out to sea. He has not pitched since July 3rd because of the knee inflammation and now the bicep discomfort. So the Dodgers have stopped his bullpen and flat ground throwing, and there is currently no timetable for when he will resume all of that. Now, Dave Roberts still believes he will pitch in October, but you have to say that. Yeah. You have to put out that positive thinking at this point. But acknowledging the fact that there is no timetable, and we talked about it yesterday, how they don't have a lot of time.
Yeah.
We are in those final 2-month push until we get to the postseason. The fact that we all thought that the reason the other bullpen got canceled and postponed on Saturday was because of his knee, and then we end up learning no, it was his bicep. We talked about this on Monday. When you're trying to push through an injury, you unintentionally overcompensate other parts of your body. And again, it's not on purpose. You just subconsciously don't want to make that injury worse. Now, the bicep has been a part of his OG injuries from the season. It's been the bicep, the knee, and the blister. But they said that was better, and it was only affected when he was swinging the bat, which is what he has been doing and not pitching. So hearing all of this information, knowing the bicep affects the swing, the knee wasn't responding well to the injection, there is no timetable for when he can come back, and the trade deadline is next week. I think this Ohtani news and situation completely changes the mindset of the Dodgers heading into the trade deadline.
Yes, the window to shut Shohei down and then having him back before the trade deadline is shut, right? Now they're at a point where if they shut Shohei down, you are questioning what version of him are you going to get by the end of the season. And we could sit here and wonder what if they treated it more seriously, or if Shohei was more honest about the pain he was in early on. And I catch myself doing it quite often. But the fact is, this is the situation that the Dodgers are in now, and all they can do is look ahead. 56 regular season games remain. Baseball doesn't really believe in off days, so like you said, that's essentially 2 months. And if you have one of the injuries that Shohei had, not the blister, but if you just had a bicep or just had a knee, you're still looking at 56 games I don't know. It's a knee. It's pretty serious. It's a bicep. It's pretty serious. The fact that he has both and both affect both affect his ability to play both sides offensively and defensively. It's a scary situation. To your point of the body shutting down, if you pull your right hamstring, the most vulnerable part of your body is the left hamstring. If you tear up your left knee, the most vulnerable part of your body is your right knee. It's not a conscious thing. Your body is subconsciously trying to take the weight off of that injured body part and put it elsewhere, even if you don't feel it. And as you do that, eventually the body says, we're running out of places to divert the pain and the load bearing of this. And the
load bearing is like not the normal amount that you're putting on that side.
Exactly. And there's a phrase where eventually the body just says F you. And like, I can't keep going through this. We're just going to shut this whole thing down. So if Shohei continues to push through this, we're now at a point where it's not if something else will go wrong, it's when something else goes wrong. And 56 regular season games remain. That is not a lot of time. And if you are going to shut him down, which you should, the sooner you do it, the more rest he can get comfortably, knowing that the NL West is almost secured. And okay, so Ronald Acuna is back for the Braves. Milwaukee's going to be a tough situation. The Phillies are struggling right now, but they're always going to be there. If you need Shohei on the back end of this just to lock up that 1 or 2 seed, you need to shut him down now. Because if you just keep trudging him out there and then he gets hurt and now you're in a battle for one of those 2 seeds, you can't shut him down then. You know, it's taken too long, and it's either now or never at this point.
Yeah. Like, I think they should just, it won't happen. It won't happen unless he gets more injured, because as you saw last night, once this news came out about his bicep, he hits the leadoff home run because that's just what he does. But he needs rest. The only thing that's going to make it better is rest, especially since he felt the bicep after throwing the bullpen. But the bicep is usually only affected when he's batting.
Right.
The knee is affected when he's pitching because it's his landing knee. He got the injection during the All-Star break. It was not responding well. And you can just tell. Like, and then on top of everything, like we talked off at the top of the show, the Ipe, his former interpreter, the 30 for 30 ESPN podcast dropped yesterday. That stress, even if he's trying to block it out and not listen to it, it's getting brought up again. And it's now like probably I have to imagine he hasn't faced a lot of adversity in his life. He's just always been, he has been a humble, great baseball player.
Yeah.
And to deal with a scandal, it was thought to be possibly the biggest scandal in sports. It went away, but to have it resurface now in this way and you don't know what's coming out in all of the information, that's stressful, and stress affects your body in ways we don't even understand.
And the first time it came around, it was arrows coming from the MLB while they were doing their investigation. Of course, sports outlets were reporting on it, but they knew very little. The stress that comes from a podcast that has phone recordings and audio clips, now the whole world has all the information that the MLB had. So Shohei doesn't seem to be big into social media and putting himself out there, but sometimes things are just too big to ignore.
Yeah.
And this is going to be one of those things. And any and all media availability he has going forward to the rest of the year, as these episodes keep coming out, it's just going to keep piling up. And it's just a bummer because physically he shouldn't be in this state because they should have handled it months ago.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're heading back out to Rams camp, and Sean McVay had some comments about Aaron Donald. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, training camps are fully underway across the NFL. Yesterday, officially, every team got things started. And we've had boots on the grounds at Rams camp all week. We got our field reporter, Lindsay Pilaris, out at Rams camp. She'll be joining us in the final hour of the show today. Just give us some insight of what she's seen and what she's noticed. But there's still a big conversation, even though we haven't seen him at training camp, around the Rams camp. And those are the Aaron Donald comeback rumors and conversation. It's not going away. It's still very, very fresh. And Sean McVay was asked about it at camp, and let's just take a listen before we dive in.
I have had conversations with him.
And what?
That's it.
Can you,
no, there's no. Here's what I'll tell you. You know, we've kept in contact. He's feeling good. His training is going really well, but no new news on the front of like any imminent decision on whether he's going to play or not.
And is he using the Rams facility for some of that training, or is he doing that solely?
He's got places that he can train at.
Is the Rams facility one of them?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure if he's.
I'm out. I'm not sure. I mean, he's out here with us. There's nobody at the Rams facility right now, so maybe TMZ knows the answer to that.
He's being cheeky. Sean McVay. He is so good with the media. But there was a pause there in the beginning that he kind of had this smile, and that says more than saying anything in that moment. But when you hear Sean McVay talk about Aaron Donald in that way, what's your first reaction?
I just keep going back to the fact that it's not a no. And if something isn't a no on day one, it might be a no day two. But once you approach day 40, day 50 of it not being a no, it's very clear that what we understand now is Aaron Donald is currently working out in anticipation of being ready to hit the field with the Rams. Now, there are a couple things that need to be settled going forward for Aaron. It's not just is he in shape, it's is he in shape to play 16 games. If not, okay, what's a week that you are available? Okay, week 8, you want to do the back half of the season. Week 4, you think you need another month. You know, so it's more so than is Aaron Donald in shape. He's always in shape. Is Aaron Donald ready to attack a season after not being part of a team for 2 years? And if so, how much of that can he carry? Because we fully expect to go to the Super Bowl. So that's what Aaron's figuring out. Based off of Sean McVay's answer, he is working out at the Rams facility. We've already seen footage of it, but because nobody's there, where else are you going to find a free 5,000 square foot weight room or whatever the heck they have? You know, like it's perfect there for the taking. And I'm sure there is a trainer who can be there with him to hit the field and it's a perfect situation for him. Two things actually that will have to be addressed. The one of them that will take a longer time is the contract situation. When Aaron Donald retired, he still had money on his contract. I believe they signed him for $30 million a year, so there will likely need to be a conversation, because if you're Aaron and his camp, they want the $30 million. If you're the Rams, you're sitting there saying, well, that may be a little steep because you haven't been playing for 2 years. So I will never pretend to be the cap space specialist, but I'm assuming $30 million on the books really complicates things for Les Snead. So that is something to consider. The second thing is defensive tackle Vita Vea has officially requested a trade. For those who don't know, Vita Vea is an absolute monster of a defensive tackle. He was not ever in the Aaron Donald conversation, but he is a premier defensive tackle that is a game wrecker. Him and Tampa Bay have not been able to come to an agreement on an extension. He officially requested a trade. He sat out practice today due to, I believe, a sprain, something or other. It's just him, you know.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Obviously, as a former player, when you request a trade, do they always kind of come to fruition, or is that just like, so again, he can request a trade, but the Bucks can be like, no, we're not dealing you.
What leverage a player has in that situation is me requesting a trade is me saying I'm not going to be here because I'm on an expiring contract. So if you want to get something for me, you need to trade me now because at the end of the year, I'm gone as a free agent.
Got it. So it's almost like a heads up,
Basically.
which is nice.
Yeah, which is nice.
In a roundabout way.
Exactly. So Vita Vea is requesting a trade, and he specifically said, reportedly, he wants a California team or Vegas. So that is San Francisco. Well, actually, the official odds, if you trust the markets, the Rams are first, the Chargers are second, the Niners are third, and then Vegas is fourth. So if the Rams want Vita Vea, which I can guarantee you right now, Les Snead has already made phone calls because Vita Vea is that good.
Okay.
It doesn't make signing Aaron Donald impossible, but the reason I bring up his contract situation first is Vita Vea is on an expiring deal. Similar to Trent McDuffie, you're not just trading for him, you're trading for him and then extending him. I'm not the cap guy, but I'm sure that $30 million that Aaron Donald holds makes this interesting. So if you are Les Snead, you are calling Aaron Donald and saying, just so you know, we're kicking the tires on Vita Vea. And if we trade for Vita Vea, it can impact whether or not you can come back, but the circumstances in which you can come back. So that's there's a new caveat in the Aaron Donald comeback situation.
So because he made it known, Vita Vea, that he wants to come to a California team or the Raiders, do you think this becomes now a not like a bargaining, but speeding up the Aaron Donald timeline of, hey, just let us know. Because if this is something you, like, I think we're at the, like, 99%.
Yeah. Oh, that took me a second, but I got you.
Because he's number 99. I think that's where we are with Aaron Donald. Because he's training, he's communicating with the Rams, all the responses we've gotten from Sean McVay and Les Snead and teammates and everybody, like, they're saying there's no decision. But now if you have a situation like this where the Rams can go out and get one of the top younger, I mean, he's 31 years old, but like a proven talent who is still in his prime and not coming out of retirement. Like, knock to Aaron Donald, because I'm sure he's going to come back and still be one of the greatest guys on the field. But as you said, this complicates things in a sense where I think the Rams have a more serious, if it's not already serious, conversation of like, we might need a timetable of you letting us know, or a timeline of when you think you're going to make your decision.
Yes.
So we have a timetable of if we're going to be aggressive and go after Vea.
Exactly. Because like you said, Vita Vea is 31 years old. And if you trade for him, you're going to sign him for 4 more years.
Yeah.
You know? Whereas Aaron Donald, you're going to get one more
and
year
done.
out of him. Exactly. So again,
could they do both?
Yes. But
Aaron
not
Donald,
at $30 million.
Okay. So it would have to be like, hey, if you're still thinking about it a little later, Aaron Donald, this is the only thing. The later you decide, the less money we're going to be able to offer. Yep. But also, like, what would the Rams have to give up? What would they be willing to give up for a Vita Vea? Because would also need to be a trade.
This is why it's always tricky when players make it clear what team they want to be traded to. Now, a lot of times that's not just the player or his agent. Sometimes that's the team leaking that, because now whoever wants to trade for him, they'll get more bargaining chips.
Okay.
Exactly. So
who has the most?
Who has the most?
Like, trade capital.
Oh, that's a great...
between, like, 49ers, Chargers, Rams, Raiders.
I would say the Raiders just have the most of everything because they're a very young team and they signed a lot of veterans who are going to be established pieces. So I would say if you are the Raiders, if you were here last year, and your name is not Ashton Genty or Brock Bowers, you can be gone for Vita Vea. Whereas all the guys that they signed or traded for this offseason are safe because really it's a bunch of guys they signed and traded for this offseason and rookies. Everyone in between, if Vita Vea is on the table, you can get out of here, right? So I would say Vegas has the leverage there. They also have the leverage of we're building something here. You want to be part of something special. You could be one of the faces here. So that's the leverage there. However, the Rams can say we're competing for Super Bowls, and wouldn't it be great to have an MVP as your quarterback?
Yeah.
So I don't want to frame this as it's Aaron Donald versus Vita Vea versus the Rams or anything like that. But it does factor into everyone's decision here. If you are Les Snead, you are kicking the tires on Vita Vea. If Vita Vea is available for something you deem is reasonable, you make that move 10 times out of 10.
Yeah.
You call Aaron Donald at some point, though, when you say, just so you know, if Vita Vea being here affects your decision because it will likely affect how much money we are willing to give you,
yes,
you need to let us know right now. If you plan on not being here for all of training camp or maybe in an extreme case not ready by week 1, we need to do this move because we're thinking long term. So we need a level of transparency from you.
Timetable.
Exactly. And it doesn't have to be in a combative way. It's just we want you here and we want Vita Vea here. But we need to know something that we're not going to tell anyone about it, but you need to give us a timeline so that we can know the best way to go about this.
I'm also thinking, though, from like Aaron Donald's perspective, like he doesn't need the money.
Right.
He's not coming back for the money.
Right.
And similar to, not similar because LeBron's still playing, but like his decision of like he didn't go to the 76ers for the money. He went because he's like, you know what? Let me give it one more shot at another franchise and another championship. This is literally Aaron Donald going, okay, do I want to do like a last dance back with my team, with the Rams? The Super Bowl is here in LA. They are the Super Bowl favorite. Not once have we ever brought up the conversation of money. So obviously, like, you're going to get paid. Right. But think about also like the comeback contracts he's going to get with like sponsors and brands and the merch and everything that's going to come along with him if he ends up doing this last dance with the Rams. So it's tricky because it's like, hey, Aaron, like you're worth all this money. Aaron Donald, we want to pay you all the money in the world. But if we're able to secure Vita Vea for the future, you chill with that?
Right.
We chill?
And
we good?
As a football fan, which he is, even in the past 2 years, he's always been watching football. Sometimes he's hanging out on the sidelines and stuff. He would completely understand why they have to make this move because Vita Vea is that dang good, and to add him to this defense would be that much more special. So if you are Aaron Donald, and I do think the LeBron James comparison is completely fair and accurate. It's not a money thing. We can get you all the money you want off the field because everyone's going to be excited that you're coming back. I could have 10 commercials and billboards lined up by tomorrow morning, right?
He will.
Yes. It is a respect thing because you guys play the same position, and you need to let us know if we are signing our defensive tackle of the future, if we are attempting to trade for our defensive tackle of the future, and if that affects your timeline at all, because it does affect ours.
Take out your crystal ball.
Okay.
What do you think happens in 3 weeks with Aaron Donald and Vita Vea?
In 3 weeks.
Let's just go Aaron Donald right here.
In 3 weeks.
Because we're getting close to preseason, right?
Yes.
I think that's preseason's 3 weeks.
In 3 weeks, Aaron Donald lets us know that he will be joining the team before week 1. That's what we get.
Love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, 99% sure this deal is done. But it's not going to be during training camp.
No.
It's not going to be for preseason.
No.
He is working out, as even Sean McVay said. He's working out at the Rams facility. Who knows? We're not there. He's so cheeky.
Wish I could tell you, but
He's
I'm
so
over
cheeky
here.
with that. Why don't you ask TMZ?
I'm way over here in
beautiful.
Marina Del Rey. He's way over there in Thousand Oaks. I don't know.
I don't know
Sorry.
what to tell you. Like we can't comment because we actually have no idea. Everybody, it's perfect. Actually, it's perfect timing. Like he is fully just like immersed probably at the Rams facility and wherever else. Like he has a crazy gym. And just, again, this is the final countdown, the final 3 weeks to be like, do I have the fire?
Yes.
And it feels like he has the fire, you guys. If you've seen him, he looks even more ripped than he did an ice bucket challenge.
That guy's ready to rock,
I was
man.
just like, oh.
Still got it.
So you want to put on pads like yesterday? Like you were ready for this yesterday. People are just getting to training camp. You're already in like mid-season form, right?
I don't think he ever left training camp on it for the past 2
No.
years. Every day's been training camp.
It's, yeah. So this is going to be a fun, interesting story, you guys. We're going to continue to follow this week throughout training camp. But, yeah, whatever West Coast team, if they're lucky enough to get Vita Vea, that is a big pickup.
And last note for Rams fans, there are 3 scenarios here. There's 4 scenarios here, and you win in all of them. The Rams bring back Aaron Donald. You win.
Yeah.
The Rams trade for Vita Vea. You win. The Rams land both. You win. The Rams don't get either of them. Aaron Donald changes his mind and Vita Vea goes to Vegas. You still win.
You still got Myles Garrett.
You're in a great spot, Rams fans.
You still got Myles Garrett this offseason, you guys.
You
the
are
reigning
4-0.
Defensive Player of the Year. All right? Okay, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we have a special guest joining us for Do You Care LA? Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Marine, and we have a special guest, Bill Reiter, joining the
Making
show.
the rounds today.
From D-Mac Reiter, you're going to be on every single show today.
I'm going to tell James Coe he has to have me on.
Yeah, you're just going to sit down and be like, this is crosstalk, right? You weren't here when we did crosstalk, but like now that you're here, just welcome. I just jump in on your show. This is what's going to happen.
Part of the deal.
You guys, I have a question though, because I was just singing a little song, which is a very well-known song. So I thought Brock lives in Pasadena, and I said, "Oh, it's the little old lady from Pasadena," and they're like, "What song
Your
is that?"
look is my look, my friend.
No idea.
What?
No idea.
No clue.
The
what you're
little old
talking
lady from Pasadena.
What year, if you were to guess, what
It's
what
oldies.
year is
It's
this?
oldies. It's oldies.
I was gonna say, I thought I picked up like a doo-wop ditty kind of vibe to it. Okay.
I'm like, I don't think I can.
Little old
pull-
lady from Pasadena.
Yeah, that one didn't live on. I don't think that one got handed down.
You guys.
Yeah.
That one did not
It's the
get...
Beach Boys.
The Beach
No,
Boys?
no.
There's
The
no way.
Beach
There's no
Boys were like,
way.
yes.
Did they cover it?
No, it's their song.
Well,
All right.
Am I crazy?
everybody
I grew up on
has
oldies.
It's the B-side.
Everybody has misses.
Maybe.
Oh my gosh, you guys!
This is not a real song.
No idea.
Go, Granny,
No.
go,
This is
Granny,
not-
go.
yeah.
It's a real song.
Do they? I mean, this is terrible.
You're saying the Beach Boys are terrible?
I'm saying this one was a miss.
I will say this sounds like a Beach Boys cover band covering
Yeah,
a
it does.
fake song pretending to sound like the Beach Boys.
This sounds like the Sand Boys.
It's a classic. It's a classic. Okay, neither of you grew up at the beach, obviously, because this was like
song's about
very,
Pasadena.
I grew up in the music. Yeah,
you guys,
what?
that's the only reason I know where Pasadena is.
If Pasadena has
That's
a beach,
the
I have
only-
been misinformed.
It's the only reason I know
Locals
where
only.
Pasadena is. Beach Boys. Beach Boys, you
I
guys.
have
You
never.
were insane.
So the Beach Boys is weird because
they were during the
okay,
Beatles time, and there was
this
like.
is going to sound derogatory. I do not mean it that way.
Oh, you should- I
Obviously,
like that.
Brian Wilson is their lead guy, right?
Yeah.
In absolute innovator
Yeah.
in music, and that is undeniable.
Uh-huh.
I have Beach Boys blindness.
Oh.
You could play any Beach Boys song, and it sounds like the
Yeah.
same song to me.
Yeah.
Really?
I feel like
I'd
if I've
agree.
heard one of them, I've heard them all.
I'll say
They do all sound very similar.
that one sounds like every Beach Boys song I've ever heard if it was
Yes.
poorly done.
We have a couple of Beach Boy haters in here. Do you guys like the Beatles?
Love the Beatles.
Okay.
You can't equate the
Beatles.
No,
for,
they were compared like during their time,
Same-
and they
same
just
era?
same era, but they never like kind of got that.
Ascended.
They hated them because they always one upped them. The Beatles always one up the Beach
I mean,
Boys.
that's a tough.
I
thing
can't
to compete
believe it,
against.
you guys. I can't
little
even know
old
what.
lady from.
Literally?
What's the song even like?
Yeah.
What's the song?
Go Granny, go Granny. It's so
Alex,
good.
you're so into this.
This song speaks to you, but I just don't get it.
You're listening to Brock and Alex. 97.1 The Fan. It's time to bring in producer Shay. Let's go.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
Welcome in, Bill Reiter.
I love this segment.
Get
like-
those hips moving. Come on.
I feel like you watch your favorite TV show and then all of a sudden they ask you to be a guest on it. Like I love this segment.
Bill, I gotta say,
You're
you've
too
had a
kind,
long
sir.
career in media. This might be the climax of it.
I was gonna say
This is the peak.
this is definitely a better moment for me than Little Lady for Pasadena was for the Beach Boys, for sure.
Well, let's get right into it, guys.
Okay.
We got special guest Bill Reiter here with the
Words are hard. You got this, Shay.
with the
He's
D-Mac.
thrown by the song.
No, I'm thrown by Bill sitting him on the other side, honestly. But we got Bill Reiter in from the D-Mac and Reiter show. You can hear him next show with D-Mac and Reiter.
That's me. I'll be there.
Shay, you're doing
Do You
great.
Care, LA, the segment where I tell Brock, Alex, and Bill different stories from around the world, and they tell me if they care from an LA perspective. Let's get right into the first one. Hopefully
Okay.
I can finish this, guys.
Yeah, we believe in you.
Jalen Carter is now the highest paid interior defender with this new extension. So the Eagles are making Jalen Carter the highest paid interior defender in the NFL, in NFL history. So the Philadelphia is giving them the two-time Pro Bowler 4-year extension worth $152 million. It could go up to $160 million with $106 million guaranteed Do you care, LA? Brock, let's start with you.
So the thing with Jalen Carter and why he was rumored to be on the trade block all offseason and why this extension took a lot longer than you would expect a guy you could build a defense around to get his money is because of off-the-field stuff. At Georgia, he was in a lot of trouble. He dropped a little bit in the draft because there was a fatal car crash he was involved in during
that
speed
was
racing.
him.
And you fast forward a couple years, and if you go back to the season opener of Cowboys and Eagles this past season, 6 seconds in, he gets ejected because he spits on Dak Prescott. So I did not expect that guy to get $100 million guaranteed dollars. Bill, you've been covering sports for a long time. How have you seen the navigation of this guy's kind of a head case, but we do got to pay him?
So that's the thing. The reason I care, normally I would say I care because I want people to be successful. I know not everybody can be, but this is a reminder that it doesn't matter what shenanigans, and that's a very kind way of putting some awful behavior that had real consequences. If you're talented in any business, including sports, and you give your employer a reason to pretend that didn't happen or that you've moved on, you get paid. So it's the obnoxious other side of the talent business.
I hate that. I didn't like until obviously like you just brought it up. I'm looking it up again. You bring that up.
There are so many Georgia Bulldogs who get in car crashes that it probably just got muddled in all the waters.
This is just you are rewarding bad behavior.
Yeah.
And when you do that, especially with a person like this to become the record-breaking highest paid player at that position, a similar conversation we've been having about Puka Nacua, the wide receiver position. It's like, oh, you went to rehab for what?
Right.
And what did you learn? What did you do? That was a PR stint that just went down there.
That's why I wait on paying Puka. Like, give me more time and evaluation period.
Absolutely not. Don't pay him right away.
Yeah, no.
Like, 4 different things, 2 anti-Semitic, like whether it was a gesture, a bite, words that were exchanged.
But he will get paid if he's under the radar, just like this dude.
So that's insane.
And
like
to the point that you make though, like even if the Eagles said, you know what, this is too much, there's also a bunch of reported stuff behind the scenes, which I guess isn't terribly shocking when you look at the stuff that we do know about.
What else?
And I don't know what it is, but apparently he's just been a headache for the Philadelphia.
So then why pay him?
He's just a difficult person.
People
then why
tell
pay
you who
him?
they are. Listen,
because when they were willing, not when they were willing, but when he was rumored to be on the trade block, every team was calling.
Okay.
Because it's the NFL, and their mindset is, well, if we don't use him, and he is incredible. If you tell me he's going to be a Hall of Famer, I would say, yep, he will be. He's that good, and the NFL's logic is, well, there's only so many spots, and this guy is incredible, and if we don't pay him, somebody else will. So we're actually doing the right thing for us by overlooking the transgression. That's kind of the NFL mindset.
By the way, they're not wrong. It's an ugly business.
Yeah.
I mean, like, we're staring into the beast a little bit here because he is a difference maker.
Yeah.
Okay,
And they
so
have
then
Wendell.
how does this situation affect the Puka situation?
It gives his agent a lot of ammo. Because
So like look what just happened in Philly,
and they trust him. Puka hasn't done nearly anything as bad as Jay, and that will be their argument. And Les Snead, I'm assuming, will put in a ton of protections, meaning if you get in trouble, we get to void a bunch of money. It's the guaranteed money that shocks me with Jalen Carter. However, I'm sure they still put in a bunch of stipulations of if you get caught doing X, Y, or Z, we can bail. But still, the fact that it's on the table, it does affect Puka. It does.
I don't like it.
On to the next one, guys. Do you care, LA? And it sounds like you guys care, and it's rightfully so that we care, especially with Puka coming out. We got Bill Reiter in the seat, we got Alex, and we got Brock. On to the next one, guys. Crisis in Atlanta. The Falcons open training camp with a quarterback crisis. And no, it's not just Tua dealing with his injury. So Michael Penix... oh my!
That is a crisis.
Michael Penix Jr. is still recovering from his 3rd ACL tear and has not cleared for full team drills. Atlanta is signing Cooper Rush after releasing Trevor Siemian, leaving undrafted rookie Jack Strand as
This
full.
team is a mess, dude.
fully healthy quarterback on the first day of
It
camp.
lost me a Cooper Rush.
The injuries are not expected to be long term, but this is not a good start, guys. Do you care?
No,
I don't care.
I don't care at all.
don't
Also, like
either.
Kirk Cousins came out like a bandit.
Yeah, he
Yes.
did.
He's
Wow.
out of there.
Wow,
He's out of
you're
there,
right,
and he
he
is
did.
in like a situation that like was kind of like a dumpster fire in years past at the Raiders, but now they're building towards the future, and he understands his role of like, okay, I'm coming in as the mentor and helping what he didn't realize Penix Jr. was going to be when he signed with Atlanta. So yeah, Tua's done. Like it's just
I do care about that. That's sad.
it is sad.
That sucks.
But he's one of those guys where every single time he took the field, I was like, oh no, oh no, oh
Me
no,
too.
oh no, oh no,
He
oh
made
no,
watching
oh no.
football
Terrifying.
very stressful. Like I
agree.
hated having to watch Dolphin games, and I hated anytime he got hit. Anytime he hit the ground, like it's scary. Thank God he got his money, because I think there are very few years of Tua Tagovailoa remaining in the NFL.
I hope
Thank
so.
God
Can I say that?
Yes.
No, exactly.
Yes,
It's true.
I told him to walk away.
Yeah, me too.
After that last concussion, you guys, he is one more hit
Yeah.
away from his life being ruined,
And
not just his career, his
yeah.
life.
The fact that he got his big contract gives me warmth that when he does call it quits, he can do whatever he wants back in Hawaii.
Pay those
but
hospital bills.
Scary.
More, pay the hospital bills. He has kids now. He's a dad.
Man.
You gotta think about that. All right, guys.
Atlanta's a disaster, too.
We appreciate you coming
Thanks,
on.
Evan. This was
Bill.
fun.
Oh my gosh, hour number 2, you guys, coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And we love when you're part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, we just had Bill Reiter on from DMAC and Reiter in the last segment, and I am still shook that neither of you knew the Little Old Lady from Pasadena Beach Boys song. What were so when you grew up, were there oldies, or not necessarily oldies, but throwback music that like your parents listened to that then you just, you grew up with because it's what they listened to?
Yes.
That was, okay, so that was like Beach Boys and Beatles was my parents on road trips, the cassettes, dating myself.
Nope, we had cassettes too. Definitely makes sense. I rock with, again, Brian Wilson. So when it comes to the Beach Boys and the Beatles, I respect their influence and their mark on music more than I actually know it.
I just literally had the scene from Zoolander, like when he's talking about Sting, he's like, I respect the fact that he's making the music. I don't actually listen to it.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying.
That you are that moment.
I will say this. The Beatles version of Twist and Shout, in my opinion, is the best version, and that would be blasphemous in many households, but I will stand by that.
Okay.
But no, I respect what they've done and their impact, but Beach Boys, like I said, every song sounds really cool. I just can't decipher how
they're
one
all very
sound.
similar. It's all, like everything kind of has that same vibe.
Yes. And whatever that instrument they use, is it a theremin? Like the woo? You know that?
I don't know.
What
my husband would probably get mad at me for not knowing.
Okay. It might be a theremin. But anyway, I will promise you this.
Okay.
I will listen to that song in full before tomorrow. The pretty woman. No, the old woman from Pasadena. What is it? Who are they singing about?
The little old lady.
The little old lady from Pasadena. Okay.
Literally the only reason I knew about Pasadena growing up.
The little old lady.
Because everything over the hill was just the valley for me growing up in Manhattan Beach. I was like, oh yeah. No, once you go through the 405 past the Getty, everything over the hill is just the valley. But I knew about Pasadena because of that song. I knew about Calabasas because that's where my cousin grew up, and so we'd spend time there. Yeah. But anytime Pasadena, that song just plays on repeat in my head. So what were
lady from Pasadena?
So funny. What was the throwback
Stevie Wonder, tons of Stevie Wonder,
Prince,
tons of
because you said that's one of your favorite, right?
Yeah, my
so
uncle
that would make sense.
Has lived in Minnesota my whole life. Prince is from Minnesota.
Yeah.
So that was a natural instinct there. My mom, massive Whitney Houston fan, so definitely a lot of Whitney.
Yes.
She's a big Mariah Carey fan too, but that's not really a throwback. But obviously still incredible music. So those were until I was old enough to decide what we were listening to.
Yeah.
That is definitely what we were rocking
What does
with.
your playlist look like? Because I talked about mine yesterday. I do a lot of random shuffle playlists.
Yes, I am a shuffler as well.
Okay.
I just go to my liked songs and I hit shuffle and I just let it go.
Are you not going to give me any more from that?
Oh, honestly, just a little bit of everything. The only thing I don't actively seek out is heavy metal.
Oh.
I can appreciate it in the right setting. I haven't sat and done my research on what
Metallica.
I know of Metallica, and I know that they could sell out an arena in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But other than Enter Sandman, I can't confidently name a song.
Okay.
If you play a popular song, punk I like. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Blink 182 blowing up when I was in
pop punk
on the back end of elementary school was kind of good timing.
Yeah, it's fun pop
Rock
punk.
with them. Who was it? Good Charlotte was during that time. Green Day may have
Pop
been
punk.
a little before. So yeah.
Yeah.
I rock with it.
Yeah.
With it.
Okay. There you go. I mean, I'm a chameleon. I love all kinds of music. You play it and it's a good song.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
I'm down.
I love that.
I'm in. All right, guys, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We've been talking a lot of training camp, you guys. Chargers kicked off this week. Rams got started this weekend. We spent the first hour reading through the lines of Sean McVay's comments about Aaron Donald and will he come back? And he almost had this long pause smirk of, we don't know. And like when you say nothing in those situations, that says more than anything else. What we do know is he is training. He has been at the Rams facility. He is thinking about it, and there is no timetable or rush on Aaron Donald to come back. But what we do know is that there is going to be a full-blown backup quarterback battle going down at Rams camp. Now, obviously, Matthew Stafford coming off his MVP season and is just looking, I mean, at 38 years old, he was 37 last season, to have one of the best years of your career just speaks volumes to not only the level of play that still is in you, but the coaches and the players that you have around you.
Yeah, he is one of the most liked men that have ever played in modern football, right? To have the success that he has had, to reach the mountaintop both from a team aspect and from an individual aspect, and you cannot find a teammate of his or someone who played against him that can say a bad thing about him. That's rare, and that lends itself to why football is still fun. When you are 38 years old and you've cashed out on 3 or 4, actually probably 4 or 5 big time contracts as he has, you are still playing the game because you love the game, and you only still love the game at that age when you have nothing left to prove, because the game and the guys that are in your locker room also love you. You know, if you ostracize yourself, that 38 feels like 45. You know, and it's a testament to his ability, and it is so strange that for a quarterback that is this old and still playing this youthful when he's completely healthy, that he sat there and had to watch his team draft a quarterback in the first round instead of Mekhi Lemon or Kenyon Sadiq. But from what we've seen and what we know about Matthew Stafford, he's handling it as well as anyone possibly could. But yeah, the backup quarterback battle between Ty Simpson and Stetson Bennett will be, I would say, top 5 most interesting things to watch during this Rams camp.
I would say across the NFL and NFL battles that we're keeping an eye on. But you mentioned because it gets tricky when you have a star quarterback in their prime still, watch a team draft their successor or the future. And we've seen it not go great with Tom Brady and Jimmy G, with Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love. And in the beginning, there was Stafford's not happy about it. The reason McVay wasn't showing how excited he was when the Rams took Ty Simpson with the 13th overall pick. He's like, I just want to be respectful of Matthew Stafford. So I'm sure there was an initial moment of WTF. But again, he has girl dads just like leaders and girl dads just like have to digest situations and information a little differently, and he came back to it with an understanding and a kindness that I have to say Ty Simpson is in the best case scenario he could have ever dreamed about in his NFL career. Now, Rams fans were shocked with the Ty Simpson first round pick when they showed all the watch parties. The moment they called the name, it was like boos and what? Like there wasn't like a yay. It was like no. But for Ty Simpson, if this pans out for him, or even the Rams develop him enough to use him as like a high trade piece, it's all going to make sense in a year or two. But for Ty and his career and his development, to be training and learning behind the reigning MVP, to be learning from winners. Sean McVay and Stafford are both Super Bowl winners. They are two of the best at their respected positions. And as you mentioned, both highly respected across the league. Matthew Stafford, I've heard a lot of people say, he's a lot of your favorite quarterback's favorite quarterback. And Sean McVay, what he does offensively, the league follows. So for Ty to be in that situation, like this was best case scenario for him?
You couldn't dream up a better scenario for Ty Simpson. And as a rehash of Ty Simpson's ability, and also why a lot of fans have hesitance about what to expect from him. He was at Alabama for 4 years, only became the starter in year 4, and had some ups, had some downs. I would always argue if he was the starting quarterback wearing a different uniform and he didn't get the respect that comes with just being Alabama's quarterback, I wonder if people would have been as high on him. But the fact is, he is incredibly accurate most of the time. He has
Most of the time.
He has a lot of wiggle, meaning I don't want to call him an athlete because you picture Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. No, he's like a Patrick Mahomes. He can extend the play, but is looking to get rid of the football. You're never going to see a designed run for Patrick Mahomes. You're never going to see a designed run for Ty Simpson. But his IQ is really what drew a lot of teams to him. Those who were very high on him, it's his IQ. He's the son of a longtime college football coach, and there's just a natural understanding of the game. So if you're Sean McVay, and once you get over the initial shock of Les Snead wanting to draft Ty Simpson, you say, well, if we need him, I know he can ingest this offense, and he has an entire year to do so. Now, where things get interesting is if Matthew Stafford got hurt during training camp, Ty Simpson or Stetson Bennett will not be the starting quarterback. They will go out and get Jimmy G or another veteran because it's too much to put on Stetson Bennett despite being here for a couple years. He has yet to play a regular season game. He's been fairly limited in those preseason opportunities. He does well in them, but there's obviously some things that make you question how he would do in a starting offense. You're not going to put Ty Simpson in that situation. If Matthew Stafford plays this entire year healthy, they win the Super Bowl, and he rides off into the sunset, they're going to get Baker Mayfield. Because Baker Mayfield is at odds with Tampa Bay.
Everyone's at odds with Tampa Bay right now.
That's a really good point.
Tampa was like the place where no player wanted to leave. Mm-hmm. And then once I think Evans left, everyone was just kind of like, the pieces are all like starting to fall apart.
Vibes are low, and when longtime guys like Levante David are no longer there, when longtime guys like Mike Evans are no longer there, when Vita Vea wants to leave, those are your foundational pieces. Tampa Bay, whether they know it or not, are nearing a rebuild. Baker Mayfield doesn't want to be there for that. And if Matthew Stafford rides off into the sunset, Baker Mayfield's coming back to L.A. and will be the Rams starting quarterback.
I mean, he kind of like rehabbed his image here. And the Rams are the reason that he got that contract with the Bucs.
And if you're Baker Mayfield and you're on the back end of your career, he's not old by any means. He could still be a quarterback for 5 more years, maybe more. But, back end just from a literal sense. You would want to do that here with Sean McVay and this offense. If Matthew Stafford wants to play for 2 more years, win the Super Bowl this year, and he wins the Super Bowl next season.
Damn, we're looking at a back-to-back?
Yes, we are. I still see, knowing Les Snead, he's going to go get Joe Burrow, who is
Brock, the names we're just tossing out right now are beautiful.
My point is, Les Snead does not believe in rebuilding something.
No.
And why this Ty Simpson pick will always feel a strange way is because this offense and this team is not going to wait around for a young guy to develop. Ty Simpson, I'm sure if he started every single game over 2 years, could be as good as Baker Mayfield by year 3, right? But that's not why you got Myles Garrett. That's not why you're going to maybe extend Puka Nacua. That's not why Devontae Adams wants to ride off into the sunset here. That's not why you traded for Trent McDuffie. They're not doing this to rebuild. So I'm wishing the best for Ty Simpson. I'm wishing the best for Stetson Bennett. The backup quarterback conversation and competition will be the thing to watch in this camp. But it's impossible to ignore that they are always going to have a star at quarterback. So what is the ceiling with Ty Simpson here?
So then they're just developing him as a trade piece.
Exactly.
Is what it feels like.
Exactly.
But the way you're describing it is how we describe the Lakers. It doesn't matter who you draft unless Cameron Carr turns out to be a plug-and-play situation for the Lakers. But this is not a place in L.A. with championship or bust mentality across Lakers, Rams, and Dodgers, that you're here to develop guys.
Right.
So
it's what makes Austin Reeves' story so unique is, you actually came here and developed.
But
he
because he chose to come
be
here, and LeBron took him under his wing. And we keep forgetting that LeBron was such a big piece of Austin Reeves' development. He pushed him.
Yeah.
And Austin was thrown off by it at first. Like, why is he so hard on me? And the coaches are like, because he sees something in you. He believes in you. Like, when you push someone to be better, that's a positive thing.
Yeah, and McVay and Stafford will push Ty Simpson. They will push Stetson Bennett. Bennett's going to push Simpson. Simpson's going to push Bennett. And if Matthew Stafford went down week 8, and you're not going to get Jimmy G ready to be the starter in a week. And in those,
I forgot about Jimmy G too.
Right. In that scenario, Ty Simpson gets thrown into the fire, but that's not what you're planning for. That's certainly not what you're hoping for. So, he will be developed in the best possible place, but I do feel that Ty Simpson's future as a successful NFL quarterback, which he will be, just the way that everything is structured, it's not going to be in a Rams uniform. Les Snead is putting all of his chips in right now so that the next couple years they can rattle off as many championships as possible. But when those chickens come to roost, he's not going to do a rebuild. He's going to find a way to continue to compete, because that's just what he does.
Yeah,
so
which
far.
is interesting, because like, how's that going to play into, like, will he be the backup or will he be the third string? But Sean McVay was asked about what he's seen from Ty at camp so far, and this is what he had to say.
Doing a great job. I think the best thing is I think some of the leadership from our peers, with Matthew pouring into that room, with Ty, with Stetson, with Matthew, that's a big deal. And Dave Ragone does a great job leading that room, having played the position, having the capacity and the understanding of what it looks like to do it at a high level consistently day after day. And so I think Ty's in a great situation to be around some great people to learn from.
He really is. Like, he is in best case scenario that a college player who doesn't have a ton of games under his belt could be in.
Yeah. It is the perfect scenario for his future development as a quarterback. Not necessarily his future development quarterback of the Rams, but his future development individually, just as a player who wants to compete. You get to learn from Matthew Stafford, who just won an MVP at 38 years old. You get to learn just how to view offense from a bird's eye view, from the offensive genius and play caller in the NFL. And because Matthew Stafford doesn't practice a lot, because he doesn't need to, even during the season, Matthew Stafford's not going to take as many reps as a typical starting quarterback would. He gets reps throwing to Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua, and it is a perfect situation for his development. It is.
So is he the future? Yes, but not the future that you might think. Is he the future starting quarterback for the Rams? Probably not. Yeah. Could he be a big future trade piece?
And starting somewhere else. Yes. I would, if we were doing the crystal ball thing, bold prediction.
Pull out the crystal ball.
If Matthew Stafford plays 2 more years and wins 2 Super Bowls, Ty Simpson is traded to Cincinnati for Joe Burrow, and he's the starting quarterback in Cincinnati, who will have to rebuild, because once Joe Burrow leaves, Jamar Chase will want to leave as well.
And you know what? To go to the school of Rams camp, you're literally like, that's going to Harvard.
He gets $25 million to live in LA for a couple of years.
Yep.
I think 99.9% of the world would trade spots with him in a heartbeat.
Not mad about it. Not mad about it. But we got so much more Rams camp coming up. We have our field reporter, Lindsay Polaris, who's at Rams training camp, will be joining us in the final hour. Was it yesterday? Monday?
2 days ago.
2 days ago.
No, was it yesterday?
Was it? Who
it
are
wasn't
we?
yesterday?
Where are we? What day
Everything's
is it?
blurred together.
I have no idea. But great insight of what's going down and what the vibes have been like at Rams camp. So excited to get her on in the 4th hour of our show. But we're going to take a quick break here, you guys. When we come back, it's getting spicy. The scandal, the Ohtani gambling scandal is resurfacing, and we're diving into it. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97 LA Fan. Now, we teased this at the top of the show, and really anytime we've talked about Shohei Ohtani today, because Ohtani's dealing with a lot. He's dealing with a lot on the field and off the field. Now, on the field, as we talked about, he has the bicep injury that's back, which is why his bullpen session got canceled and why there is now no timetable for when he will resume pitching activities on the grass or even off of the bullpen mound. He is also dealing with that knee inflammation. He got the injection during the All-Star break. It ain't working. It's not doing great. And then yesterday, the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, a new 6-part 30 for 30 podcast series on ESPN, dropped. And 2 years ago, when this news came out, it was the biggest possible gambling scandal that we had ever heard of or seen in sports because of the player that was involved, the $17 million that was supposedly stolen from Shohei Ohtani. But before we dive into everything, the woman who broke the story originally and who is doing this podcast was on, was it Howard Stern?
Dan Patrick.
Dan Patrick. Oh, great. Even better. Let's just listen to her describe the whole situation right now.
I think there was so much confusion in the beginning about who was telling the truth about what. And I think everyone, myself included, wanted to see what the federal government would uncover, because the federal government has subpoena power and the federal government can compel people to come in and do interviews with them. And there, I think we all wanted to know, all right, Ipe told Tisha, me, this version of events. Shohei's people are saying, wait a second, it's this version of events and that he had nothing to do with it. So what would the feds find? And Dan, that's something that I'm excited that we're going to be able to share with people in the podcast, the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, because we really, for the first time, get to hear from the actual federal investigators who were reading the text messages between Shohei and Ipe. 40,000 text messages between these two men. Wow. We interviewed the IRS lead investigator who has never done any interview in a 2-decade career before, but he agreed to do this interview for this podcast because he wanted people to know what they found and why they came to the conclusions that they came to. I mean, the investigation, 40,000 text messages, all in Japanese. So not only did they have to read all these text messages, they had to translate them. They had agents with the Department of Homeland Security and agents with IRS reading through all of these messages. They also went through all of the bank records. You'll learn that, the feds seized not just evidence from Ipe, but they also had seized evidence previously from the bookie. And so they were able to combine the phones and the different things that they found, bank records, particularly from the bookie, and compare bank accounts. And we really get into the details of that investigation so people can hear what they found and why they came to the conclusions that they came to.
So that was Tisha Thompson on the Dan Patrick Show talking about the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, new 6-part 30 for 30 podcast that dropped yesterday on ESPN. And during the original 90-minute interview, there was just so many questions that really came out when this first happened, right? Mm-hmm. So the thing that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way was that the story changed. Mm-hmm. Right out of the gates, the story changed. So the newly released audio reveals that Ipe initially told ESPN that Ohtani had agreed to pay off his gambling debts. And then less than 24 hours later, Ipe reversed his story and admitted that he had lied. But originally, Ippei said Ohtani thought about the request and agreed to send the money directly to the bookie because he didn't trust Ippei to handle himself. Now, if that is true, that immediately just contradicts everything that Ohtani and the Dodgers were saying, that he had no idea about the gambling. He had no idea about the debts. And there's just, it's really sad, but there are so many questions because obviously the timetable was Ippei said, yes, he knew about it. He was paying off the debts. Then came back 24 hours later, said, no, he had no idea. The Dodgers fire Ippei, and Ohtani's attorney says that Ohtani was a victim of massive theft. Ippei took back what he had originally told to ESPN, and then Ippei pleaded guilty for bank fraud and filing false tax returns and stealing nearly $17 million from Shohei Ohtani and is currently serving a 57-month prison sentence.
So I listened to the first 2 episodes of this, and for any Dodger fan who is hesitant because you think it's what's the word, slam piece, or what's like
slander,
like mudslinging. If you think that this is a anti-Shohei, anti-Dodgers, it's not. Credit to Tisha, she presents it as objectively as possible, and it actually is a fascinating listen. She has the exact phone calls that Alex has just been talking about, and you can hear her, not secretly, he knows he's being recorded, but you can hear the phone conversations that she is having with Ippei, and that is essentially what the first 2 episodes are. It was the how we got to the initial story of Shohei knowingly paying Ippei's debts. The second episode ends with him calling her back a day later and taking back the story. So what I can say after listening to the first 2 episodes is Shohei's not at risk of being in trouble from the MLB. They did their investigation, and this new podcast is not going to make the MLB reverse course. They'll face tons of scrutiny, but you can't decide to punish Shohei after you said you weren't going to. From a players union standpoint, that would never hold. Like, he's not at risk of not being able to play baseball. I think what's at risk for Shohei, going off of 2 episodes with 4 remaining, is the risk of his image, and how he has been seen will fade away and be replaced by this other version of him. They lay out, she does a great job of laying out how calculated his persona is, and not in a mischievous way. And I would love to hear your side of this, because obviously you know him incredibly well. You covered the Angels when he was there. As an outsider before Shohei got to the Dodgers, I saw a guy who was unlike anyone else who I heard about in Japan. He was quiet. He can't speak English, so he uses his interpreter, and he's just a happy-go-lucky guy. As the years have gone on, and now as he got on a bigger stage playing for the Dodgers, most Dodgers fans have realized, oh, he does speak English, he just chooses to use his interpreter because there are so many fans in Japan, and he wants to make sure that they can understand him. And from a marketing standpoint, he gets $125 million a year just in Japanese marketing money alone. Okay, that makes sense. The image that I think is going to be painted of Shohei after episode 6 is going to be very different than what Dodgers fans and baseball fans currently see him as. He is an incredibly private person. So the fact that the first time through this podcast we're learning so much about what he does on a day-to-day basis, it's going to rub some people the wrong way. Again, Shohei is not at risk of being arrested or being suspended from the MLB. I don't think they can do that because they chose not to do it after their investigation. It's the image of him that I think will never be the same after these 6 episodes.
So this is such a slippery slope, right? Because sports betting is such a big part of our culture now. The sports betting companies is what pays for a lot of the leagues. And we've been seeing this across sports of guys getting in trouble for betting. I mean, obviously the golden rules, you can't bet on your own sport.
Right.
Okay. And if you are betting through the government approved sites, then this isn't an issue.
Right.
The issue is you are going through a bookie.
Yes.
And when I think about this situation, it breaks my heart because I met Ipe the same time I met Shohei Ohtani when he came to the Angels. And these two friends, best friends, were inseparable. Like you never not saw them together. Like it was a running joke. Like Ohtani was Ipe and his wife's third wheel. He spent every moment with them. He ate every meal with them. He spent like all of his time with Ipe's family. I never not saw them together, but in a really positive way. And there was always just a joy and a happiness. And they'd been together since Ohtani was in Japan and brought him back when he came to the Angels. And Ipe's family lives in Orange County. And he did not speak great English, I will say that, Ohtani, when he first came to the U.S. He obviously was studying English, and his English is insanely improved. Like it sounds as like fluent as he could now, but he continues to do the Japanese interviews. I think it's a respect thing too.
Yeah.
Just there's respect and honor is such a big piece of the Japanese culture. And spending a lot of time around the Japanese media and Shohei Ohtani during my time and his time with the Angels, really got an understanding about that. So when you talk about how people view the situation, I think that would be the biggest hit is the honor and the respect. If there is the deception and the lying of you didn't know, but you did. Because in the end, what I'm hearing is he was just trying to help his friend.
Yeah.
He was just trying to help his friend get out of an insane gambling debt. But when you say I had no idea, but there is a paper trail that clearly shows that you have an idea, and Ipe didn't know the right thing to say when it first happened and admitted that you knew about the situation. I'm just curious because if it's a 6-part series, that means there's something big and juicy that's going to be dropping on that 6th episode.
Yeah, and hearing the audio clip from Tisha, who's been covering this story from the jump, on her appearance on the Dan Patrick Show, her having access and willing federal agents who investigated this to come on her podcast and reveal things. You don't tease that unless they're going to say something that's going to shock us. So
yeah,
again, it's only been 2 episodes. They released the first 2 episodes, and then every episode going forward will be released every 4 days. So we'll get one this weekend. And it's kind of, we're just waiting until that big reveal drops. She's definitely building up in the first 2 episodes of things are not as they seem. And before this thing is over, I'm going to give you some info that's going to rock you. So I will reiterate, it's not his ability to play baseball that's threatened. It's the image. But for a guy who is not just the face of baseball,
the most lovable,
one of the faces of sports.
Yeah.
it's
International
killer,
superstar.
Yeah. It's bad. And thank you for clearing up the gambling aspect. You're allowed to gamble as a professional baseball player.
Yes.
You just can't gamble on baseball, and you can't use a
bookie.
And that is clearly laid out before every athlete in every sport, let alone baseball. And that's where the illegality of it comes from. And also the illegality of it comes from is the money that was sent to the bookie was sent as a loan. Because loans are taxed differently or not taxed at all.
So that's where the tax fraud comes in.
But if it's not, so that's where the jail time comes in. It's not just because he used a bookie. It's because tax fraud is involved when you call something a loan and it's actually not a loan. So that's where it gets dicey. So 4 more episodes. The next one will be in a couple of days. We will see.
But crazy if he, like, again, mentally, you're like, oh, this is a loan because I'm going to win this back. That can also be the, like, gambling addict mentality.
Yeah.
Or no, you're just doing that because you don't want to pay taxes on it.
Probably the second, but I'm sure the first one is the argument he tried to make to avoid jail time.
Like, no, I'm going to win this back. But how bad do you have to be to lose $17 million?
I will say she does a great job of, well, Ipe kind of explains the situation, actually. He lays out how someone who was best friends with a guy who was going to be one of the most famous athletes ever and one of the richest athletes ever, how having him as your best friend did not stop him, wasn't enough to stop him from falling down this hole. And it's pretty fascinating how he tells his version of the story.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
So we're excited, you guys. If you want to take a listen to that, it is the new Betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, the 6-part 30 for 30 podcast that dropped yesterday on ESPN. And you hear from Ipe, Ohtani's former best friend and interpreter. And again, it's just laying out information that Major League Baseball, the Dodgers, and all the legal people involved had. And we are just kind of getting that first understanding and glance at the entire situation. Man, I'm feeling for Shohei Ohtani. Dealing with injuries, the bicep, the knee, and now this stress.
A lot going on.
And a new baby.
A lot going on.
And a new baby. You guys. I'm just setting all the positive vibes to Shohei Ohtani. You can do hard things, okay? Maybe he'll hit another leadoff home run tonight.
It would help.
I mean, that would help. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, it is time for LA RSVP. Where are we heading this weekend? Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you are a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. But right now, it is time to bring in producer Shay.
From courtside to red carpets, big game to big nights, Los Angeles sends the invite, and Brock and Alex decide. Are we ready to RSVP?
Welcome to LA RSVP, guys, the only segment where you get to hear me talk about events happening around Los Angeles, and Alex and Brock will tell me if they are RSVPing, yes or no. It's a very exclusive segment. Only you Fangelinos get to listen to it. Are we ready?
Born ready.
Let's
do
go.
this, guys. The first one on LA RSVP. Dodgers are playing the Red Sox at Dodger Stadium. The Dodgers welcome Boston Red Sox to Los Angeles for a 3-game weekend series from Friday to Sunday. Weekend series, there's a lot of fun giveaways. So Kyle Tucker bobblehead will be on Friday. On Saturday, it includes the Joe Kelly Experience and a post-game drone show.
I love that Joe Kelly is still like such a big part of the Dodgers. It's the best. When you walk into like where the media level, there's his mural on the wall right there in the mariachi jacket. It's iconic. It's iconic.
Yeah, I forgot who he striked out. I was just asking Nick. He struck someone out and was like cussing them out on the mound.
Oh, yeah.
But like that cemented himself.
Oh, yeah,
as,
it's
like,
iconic.
I forgot
White
who
Sox,
it was.
I think it was while he was on the White Sox, wasn't it?
No, Dodgers.
It was on the Dodgers.
No, there was a moment, and now that I'm on the spot and not like
I can't remember who he
it
struck
was an
out.
iconic moment, and it was like this
Carlos
joke.
Correa.
Yeah,
Carlos
it was
Correa.
this like
It was Correa.
it was this face that just became like the iconic meme for.
Gave a little kiss at him.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
It was great. No, we love
beautiful.
him. We love him here in Dodger Nation. But yeah, so the Joe Kelly Experience and then a post-game drone show. Sunday's nationally televised game will be featuring the Universal Studios Hollywood theme night. So characters from Hollywood or Universal Hollywood will be around there. Photo opportunities at Centerfield Plaza. So you know the pros. Obviously the cons. You know them too. Weekend traffic. You got to deal with that. It's the dumbest way to get in. I swear. I've tried doing it from every direction. From every direction, and every direction is the same exact situation.
Sunset's still the best.
I was about to say.
It's unfortunate, but it's still the best.
Which is wild. But are you RSVPing yes or no to this, guys?
I'm going to say no because I have plans, and I think the plans are on this list of where I will be this weekend because it is one of the most exciting weekends. If you grew up in Manhattan Beach, it's like close to Christmas morning, close to the 4th of July celebration vibes going down in Manhattan Beach. However, if you have a family, like Sunday feels like a really fun, like with the Universal Studios theme night and the characters and everyone out there. And again, like it's Mookie's former team. He is a Dodger like through and through now, like when you think about Mookie Betts. However, there's always that, like you always play a little harder against your former team. So it's going to be a great series and a fun weekend. However, I am already booked.
You know, the Red Sox Dodgers thing, I'm not going to call it a rivalry, I'm going to call it a thing, is always weird because the Red Sox and the Dodgers don't have a rivalry, but LA and Boston have a rivalry, so it always feels like it
because of like Lakers
Lakers Celtics really
like,
it's
it kind of bleeds over.
It's very weird. So there's always a little bit of tension, but it's nowhere near say Yankees or Padres or anything like that, but it's more so than if you're playing the Diamondbacks. You know, it's really unique. So
it's Arizona.
Yeah, to anyone who has never been to a matchup, and if your kids like Shrek, who will probably be walking around because there's going to be some Universal characters, this is absolutely something to go to. And what also elevates it is, of course, the Mookie Betts situation. They like to frame it as the Dodgers stole Mookie Betts when you just didn't want to pay him.
Yep.
And the Red Sox also were second place in the Yamamoto sweepstakes, if you'll remember. The Dodgers came in at the last second and outbid, whereas the Red Sox were on him for years. So this is always a fun situation. Not a rivalry, but a situation. Also, the Red Sox are playing incredible baseball right now, 9-3 over their last 12, just swept Tampa Bay. But let's get to let's get to item number 2.
Yeah.
On to the next one, guys, and I can tell you right now, I think Alex is excited for this one. So it's the Charlie Sackley 6-man beach volleyball tournament, one of South Bay's biggest summer traditions.
6-man?
Taking over Manhattan Beach this weekend. You heard the lady. So it's a volleyball tournament that combines high-level beach tournament and, honestly, drinking.
It's a drunken dress-up volleyball tournament.
Exactly,
That is
guys.
just...
What is the dress-up part?
So every team has a theme.
Okay.
And you can take it anywhere you want. It can be just you're all wearing a matching like boardies and swimsuit, or people go all out and you're dressed as unicorns, or you're dressed as Fletcher and like all Lakers gear. So you can take it anywhere you want.
We're all WWE wrestlers or something.
Yes, and it's professional athletes and college athletes and high school athletes. Like, it's not like so. Beach volleyball is like birthplace, I think, is like Hermosa, Manhattan. So like the AVP, like Walk of Fame's on the Manhattan Pier, and all the courts right there has just always been like beach volleyball is Manhattan Beach. And when I was growing up, the tournament was insane. Like, you would go the night before and bury kegs in the sand where your tent pop-up was.
Gonna be.
And it was a rager. It was a rager on the sand. Now, a lot of things went down a handful of years ago, and they actually had to cancel the tournament for a couple years, and then they had it on like a Thursday, Friday to make sure it wasn't as rowdy and crazy. Now they have mad security, so you can't bring drinks in and down on the pier, so it's like you got to be very, very sneaky. Or you just go to Shellback where everyone is at having Fanta
I was gonna
shots.
say, is there like a food truck situation?
No, there's just a lot of bars downtown Manhattan. And then
okay.
all the Strand houses are kind of home bases to a lot of the teams.
Okay.
But now it's a Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
And I'm a part of Team Soho, which is Richard Jefferson's team. He owns Soho Yoga in Hermosa Beach. There's a men's team and there's a women's team. And our men's team has Richard Jefferson on it and a couple other. Luke Walton has been a part of it for a bit. And Matt Leinart is also on the team. So we got a lot of like LA legends. And then even our women's team, we have a former USA Gold beach volleyball Olympians and Alex Kleiman and April
that's
Ross.
Not fair.
And then we have all of the USC and UCLA volleyball team. Like, it is gonna be. We have gold medalists and we have like top tier athletes right now. I'm obviously not playing. I am. We call it
moral support.
Either like the drunk leader, the shag leader. You're just there for moral support and the vibes. Little Nikki K is also on the sidelines with me there as well. So it's just going to be a wild time. And Shay is a part of Team
North End.
Which
shout out Team North End. We're good.
Is the local bar, like the best bar in Hermosa Beach. It's where the Kings brought the Stanley Cup at 4 a.m. after they won. I was drinking whiskey out of it. I could not tell you when I fell asleep, but woke up on my couch, which was the most important thing after they won. So it's going to be wild. It's going to be fun. If you're in the area, I would Uber or rideshare. Waymo, whatever you got to do.
Horrendous,
there's zero.
and there's a lot of drinking too. So
zero parking.
Even if you did drive, you probably won't be able to leave.
Zero parking, police everywhere. You're not going to want to do that. If you come down, go check out the tournament. If you get there early enough, go into Shellback and get a Fanta shot. Like, it's it's orange vodka and Fanta.
Okay.
So, and that's kind of like the
summer.
No, it's like the
feeling.
6-man shot. It's the 6-man shot. It's the Shellback
beach?
shot.
Gotcha.
And if you're looking at the back wall, I think I'm framed on a couple of the walls in Shellback. So say hi.
You're literally talking about the wall
No.
behind you.
Take a photo and tag me at Alex_Curry. But it's going to be a blast.
That is a great picture you just painted. Shay, you like to be humble and not talk about your history as a very good volleyball player. Please explain to us the difference between indoor volleyball and beach volleyball. What are the new challenges that it presents?
So what we'd like to call them the sand monsters. If you think you're an athlete, if you think you have hops, just wait until you jump on the sand. It is one of the most grueling and hardest things that you could do to your body. When it comes to conditioning, I honestly think beach volleyball is at the tippity top. Because again, 6-man, it's a little different. Like, you have 6 people on the court.
When you normally have 2.
2, yeah. So you're covering a lot of ground.
But people are drunk. And they're having a good time.
So it's with this scenario, you're going to see probably highlights of like really good play, but at the same time people are having fun, people are having a good time. So it's for the casual viewer, you know what I mean? It's for the people that like want to, like, you've never played volleyball, you've never seen it, but you want to go and have a good time. Exactly. It's the best thing for that. But yes, I have played volleyball. I've had my fair share of really fun games, and I've played against some of the people that are actually going to be on the court playing.
Nice.
I don't think I'll be on the court. It's been a while since I've been at a high level.
Okay, you just answered my very next question. Is it still called the court if it's on the sand?
So yes, you still call it the court.
Okay.
It's a volleyball court, but it's a
Yeah.
beach court or an indoor court. So yeah, there's a lot of
So you
ins
just
and
have the
outs
lines.
with it.
Okay,
Yeah, you got the lines.
Yeah.
If you want to like just, you don't have to actually have lines. You can just use your foot to make a little line with it. So yeah, we can have fun. Just do 10 steps.
Yeah.
Now, last question for me, maybe, unless I think of another one. Ignorant question. I know Charlie Sakeley is like a beach volleyball legend. Is he still with us? Is he represented at this tournament? Anyone know?
It's so crazy.
Shane
I didn't
seems to
even
be
know that
researching.
was
he,
the full
he passed
name.
away in 2005.
So
yeah.
I didn't even
it's
know
been a
that
minute.
was the
Okay.
full name. We just call it Six Man.
Oh, that's
It's just
funny.
Six Man.
Yeah,
It's Six Man
yeah.
Weekend. Like, and everybody knows. Like, if you grew up in the South Bay, it's like it's Six Man Weekend. It's like, oh, say less.
Okay.
Say less.
Okay.
That's
It's
all
bigger
you know.
than volleyball at this point.
He's like a godfather of volleyball. I do know that. But you guys are gonna do awesome. I'll be rooting for both of your teams.
I mean, we're both cheering on. We're both cheering on. It's going to be a blast. All right, guys. Hour number 3 coming up next. And we're going to talk some Dodgers and Ohtani. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show and when you're a part of the conversation. You can call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And if you're watching the live stream, you can see that Brock's wearing a really rad shirt right now. What is it? Explain it to me.
So we got a tiger that looks like
Tony?
I wasn't gonna say it because I doubt they have permission to use him.
But it looks like, right?
A cartoon tiger that likes to eat breakfast cereal. And above it says Seoul. The company is called Rip and Repair. They're based out of Koreatown. And it's awesome. So go on their website and get their stuff.
I didn't know if it was like a team that did that's why I was curious.
It does sound like a minor league baseball team.
Right?
That would be a minor league baseball team mascot for
I'm
sure.
like, this feels like, because what's the top say? I see Rip and Repair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Soul. So I was like, maybe it's some sort of, I'm all about the rad, vintage, weird shirts.
All with it.
So
all with it.
I'm here for it. And
Shout out Rip and Repair.
It's making me hungry. It's making me very hungry.
Ooh, Frosted Flakes.
Were you a cereal guy?
Massive cereal guy.
Still a massive cereal guy?
Cereal I won't have for breakfast anymore because
it's sugar?
The sugar aspect wasn't really the hurdle for me. It was more so when I was young, a bowl of cereal was enough to power me to lunch. Nowadays, it doesn't. But I'll have cereal for dessert now because I just love cereal, but I need actual sustenance.
What was your cereal? What's
Frosted
your cereal
Flakes.
now?
Oh, my cereal now is whatever Trader Joe's typically has because the cereal market people has gone bonkers.
What do you mean?
They've lost their mind.
What do you mean?
We're talking $5 or more for a box of Frosted Flakes.
Oh, snap.
They've lost their minds, people.
It's a lot. So the gluten-free cereal that we love is $9.99
it's crazy.
a box. And
No,
I'm
it's
that's
crazy.
like 4 bowls. But
it's
again,
like a luxury thing now.
Yeah.
But growing up, we were a big Frosted Flakes family. We were a big Apple Jacks family.
Okay.
We were a big Frosted Cheerios family.
Ooh.
Now I typically stick to the Trader Joe's cereals because the prices are now egregious.
Wild.
Yes.
And I remember we talked about this on Crosstalk with D-Fish and Decker, and I was like, oh yeah, granola. That's my favorite cereal. And they're like, excuse me, what? I was like, yeah, it's like dessert. Granola is amazing. Put it in milk. You put it in yogurt. It's it's healthy but sweet.
Yeah.
That's a cereal, right? Granola is a cereal.
I've had a lot of cereals. Some of my favorite cereals have granola in them, but I have to be honest, I've never considered just straight up pouring the bag of granola into the bowl. I mean, anything can be cereal if it's in a bowl of milk. So
right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're steps ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to bring in, it's so funny. So I did this, I think, the day or two after we talked about it. And then it lived in my giant work bag for 2 weeks. And I forgot to bring it out for everybody to try. But next week, I'm going to bring it in. We still have to have you try ranch.
Oh, you guys will forget about it again.
No, Shay.
No, you guys will
It's
forget.
time. Next week, let's put it on the to-do list. We are ordering, what do we say, wings or French fries? I think French fries are going to be best case scenario in terms of just traveling and heating back up well.
That's true.
And less messy on air. You're trying ranch.
You'll forget.
No, I won't.
You'll all forget.
No. People don't forget.
I will skate away once again.
People don't forget. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Let's talk some Dodgers right now, you guys, because, obviously things have been spicy around the Ohtani situation. We've talked a lot about his injuries, the Ipe podcast, the 30 for 30, the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani that dropped last night, the 30 for 30 podcast on ESPN. But Ohtani did what he always does. As soon as any sort of negative news about him comes out, he goes, hey, let me redirect your attention to a home run. And he hit his 10th leadoff home run of the season, now 23 on the year. And I said it earlier, I'll say it again. I figured out what Ohtani needs to do to stay healthy, and that is just keep hitting home runs, because then he can just gingerly trot around the base path. Also a ground rule double, that works great too, because then you can just jog to second base, and everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, it is a great strategy. It's one he's capable of. I mean, let's be honest. He can hit it whatever he wants to. It was a promising day offensively, and yet there was still so much meat left on the bone. Now, Justin Robleski did not have the game he wanted to have. He gave up 4 home runs. 3 of them were on it when he had the batter down 2 strikes. So it's just proof that baseball is a game of not inches, not centimeters, but millimeters, because he was so close to having one of his better days. He still finished with 7 strikeouts in 6 innings.
He was ahead of the count.
Yeah, all the time. One thing Robleski is going to do is throw strikes, and that always gets him in an advantageous position. But if we're sitting here on July 29th saying Justin Robleski finally had a bad game, so be it. Hopefully he's going to shake it off and get back to business. But offensively, as great as they were, it could have been so much better. The third inning, bases loaded, no outs. The Dodgers only get 1 run out of that situation. The 4th inning, 8 Dodgers had an at-bat. 8 of them made it up to the box, and they only scored 2 runs out of that situation. Typically, you see 4 or 5 runs out of that situation. And the inning ended with the bases loaded. The 9th inning, the tying run is on third, and there are no outs, and they're in the top of the lineup, and they're not able to win the game. So there are a lot of things that could have went a lot better offensively. However, when you score 6 runs, you expect your pitcher to be able to hold down his side of the fort. Robleski had a rough one, but tonight they get another opportunity.
Yeah, Seattle hit 5 home runs. It was Dinger City. There were 7 home runs. Ohtani, and then you had Muncy, and then Seattle hit 5. 4 of those, as you just mentioned, came against Justin Robleski. And the Dodgers, when you score 6 runs, you assume that's enough to win a ball game. Mm-hmm. Not the case for the Dodgers last night. And as you said, plenty of opportunities to add on to those runs with bases loaded, even in the 9th inning with 2 on and Mookie at the plate and a chance. If he just snuck it through anywhere, the game is tied. And I walked out thinking like, oh, okay, just put my girl down. I was like, oh, they got this. We're back in it. Here we go. 9th inning, Dodgers come back. Let's go. And then just ground ball to the infield, game over.
Kyle Tucker had a rough go at it.
And what did we say yesterday?
He needs to have a good go at it because his bobblehead night is Friday or Saturday?
Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
And for those who did not see it, it was the 4th inning, and Kyle Tucker is leaving second base. He's rounding third, and he just stops. And they show the replay of it. Dino Ebel, the third base coach, is winding his arm frantically, but Kyle's looking, if he's rounding third base, he's looking over his left shoulder to the outfield, and he makes his own judgment, and he stops. He easily makes it home. He probably doesn't even need to slide. Afterward, he's kind of kicking the dirt. He's shaking his head. He's looking down. They cut to Dave Roberts in the dugout, who's obviously furious.
Yeah.
And you can sit here and wonder if this game goes to extra innings because Kyle Tucker scores in that scenario. Do the Dodgers end up winning? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. But while I was highlighting the offensive struggles, the base running it's just a bummer that it had to be Tucker who had that struggle there.
Are we surprised? Unfortunately, no. So okay, as an athlete in that situation, you know you're supposed to listen to your third base coach, right? That's the reason they're there. That's the reason they're either stopping you or waving you through. So when you, in a split moment, make a decision as an athlete in that like woulda, coulda, shoulda situation that you decide to go the opposite way, does that work you in a sense to where it kind of like takes you out mentally?
You need to do 2 things first. You need to, and I believe he did the first one of these things because it showed them talking afterward. You tell Dino, the third base coach, that was my error. It was not me disagreeing with what you said. Like you make it very clear.
Okay.
You are there for a reason. I was caught up in the moment, and this is my mistake. It has nothing to do with my confidence in you. I made an error and got caught up in the moment. The next thing you do is you go to Dave Roberts and you say, even though it may or may not be true, you say this game's on me. Like you have to show your manager you are aware of your mistake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, does Dave Roberts actually think that entire game is on Kyle Tucker? Probably not. There's a million things that could have went against the Dodgers or for the Dodgers. It's just showing I understand the gravity of my error, and
Mm-hmm.
you need to hear me say that. In doing those two things, I think it's easier to move on to the next night. Kyle Tucker can't take the field or take an at-bat tonight with a clear conscience until he does those things. And everything we hear about him, despite his struggles, is that he's a great guy and a great guy in the clubhouse. I'm sure he did both of those things.
Which breaks my heart even more that he's been struggling so much with the contract that he got in a new organization. And it's tough when you go to the team that is the back-to-back champs with expectations of a three-peat. And if you're getting paid $60 million a year, you better live up and perform to being that $60 million man.
Yeah.
So it's just, my heart breaks for him. I hope he can turn it around, especially before his bobblehead night on Friday, because I would not be surprised if we see fans throwing away the bobbleheads or do it. Dodger fans have not shown a lot of love towards Kyle Tucker. And I don't want anyone, as a human, you don't want anybody to feel that frustration and disrespect from the fans. And he is in the outfield, so you hear it firsthand constantly. So I just hope he can turn it around. The Dodgers have Eric Lauer on the mound tonight for Game 2, who Dodgers have won all, I think, 8 games that Eric Lauer has been on the mound. So very easily they can turn it around tonight. But the other big news that we have is that the Dodgers have reinforcements coming back. They're getting 2 guys back, a bat and an arm. Kike Hernandez returned after the oblique strain that limited to only 2 games. I mean, he strained his oblique in batting practice before his first game back, didn't tell anybody, still went 4 for 4. So he's batting 1,000 so far this season. But the vibes of having Kike back are so important, because when you think about certain guys in a dugout and in a clubhouse, Kike's one of those guys that just brings the energy and brings the vibe to a different level. And I'm sure you can speak to how important that is in a locker room.
Yeah, he is the sunshine and rainbows guy. You could be up 9 runs, you could be down 9 runs. He's going to be there dancing and smiling and laughing. And there is something to having a guy that you can always count on to remind you that it's a game.
Yeah.
Yes, everyone in there is making tens of millions of dollars and have accomplished a million things, have seen it all, done it all. But in those stressful moments, you want someone on your team that is just having the time of their life and is approaching the game the same way that they did when they were 8 years old. And that's what Kike is. He's the old guy who has the heart of a 12-year-old. And it really provides things. As far as being on the field, we just talked about Kyle Tucker. I would imagine, because Tommy Edman is playing so well, once Kike gets up to speed and is where Dave Roberts wants him, I would expect him to fill in for Kyle Tucker and Teoscar as the season goes on. You know, you'll see him in the 5th inning when Dave likes to rotate guys through. So that I think will eventually be his role, especially come playoff time, where it's
that's Keektober.
Exactly.
He turns into a completely different player come October.
Exactly.
It's impressive. It's insane.
For a guy who, I mean, if Tucker really falls off the rails, then Kike will be starting for him. But for a guy who typically doesn't start games, you will see a whole lot of him as we get closer to October, because he's just so versatile. And both the left fielder and Teoscar and right fielder and Kyle Tucker aren't having the best go at it. So excited to see a ton of Kike going forward.
Yeah, and the other big guy to come off the IL, reportedly, he's supposed to come off. Has it come out officially?
He's officially off, but they haven't
reinstated him yet.
If he's going to pitch tonight.
Okay, so Edwin Diaz, who underwent surgery to remove the loose bodies in his elbow. It is his bobblehead night tonight. So perfect timing. And again, like, he's the closer. So if the Dodgers need him in a situation, I'm curious, though, just to get him back into game speed, if they put him out there anyway in the ninth.
I would love to see it.
It's a tough situation because as a closer, it's a completely different mindset.
Yeah.
You are coming in with a lead, or like if you're trying to get a 3, sometimes you see him come in the 8th if you're trying to hold him through the 9th inning because that's the arm you trust the most. Obviously, Edwin Diaz is not there yet, and his ERA started to struggle, and his everything
Velocity was
started to
falling a little
struggle a couple weeks into the season, but that's when we found out that he had to get the surgery. So we haven't fully seen the best of Edwin Diaz, but when he is on, there is no one better in the closing position right now.
Yeah, the last time we saw him, I believe it was the Rockies series, and I don't even know if he recorded an out, maybe one out before Dave Roberts said, okay, something's wrong. Let's get him out of there. No, I would not expect to see him if the Dodgers are up, but I really want to see him if the Dodgers are up. I would love it, and I'm sure the Dodgers powers that be are saying, hey, we already paid the trumpet player, so can you just give her something to play?
Dude, I forgot about how iconic that was. Like, I can't wait.
I'm assuming it's gonna be back, right? There's no reason it won't be back.
I mean, she's a professional musician, and she's a baddie, and I was there. When was it? It was
I think the second home game, because I don't think we saw him right away. I think
it was definitely like the home opener.
Oh, okay.
But it was not the home opener like the first game, but the home opening series.
Oh, okay.
And oh man, I think it was Will Smith bobblehead night. It was someone who came out and hit the go ahead home run. Whoever's bobblehead night it was.
It was Will Smith. Yes.
And yes, because I have that bobblehead sitting in my garage.
Hey, there you go.
I should bring it in.
Yeah.
I'll just bring it in. But I forgot, and I was watching in the stands before going down to the media room to interview everybody after, and all of a sudden, like, the lights go out, the trumpet player comes on, the light show is going crazy, and Edwin Diaz runs out, and I'm like, oh, this is even more iconic than like I thought it was going to be.
I gotta see it.
It's great.
I can't wait to see it tonight. Happy he's back.
Yeah. So okay, with them getting these two guys back, but then also, you guys, we didn't even fully dive into Shohei Ohtani, but now we have no idea when he's going to be back on the mound because of the bicep situation coming back, his knee situation, inflammation coming back. And it's kind of just a day by day seeing how he does swinging the bat and at DH for the Dodgers. But learning the pitching news about Shohei Ohtani, and then I don't think we can count on Tyler Glasnow.
Probably not.
Because, again, back spasms, anything can happen. Blake Snell, maybe. But after hearing the Ohtani news, I'm on board that, like, the Dodgers need to go out and get another arm.
Yeah, it's such a bummer because if you are Emmett Sheehan, who is expected to be the trade piece involved in any pitching move, you're sitting there saying, if you guys would have just rested Shohei, he'd be fully healthy right now, and I wouldn't have to go live in Detroit. But it's just part of the arrogance of an athlete. And I'm not even saying that in a negative way, because arrogance can lead to a ton of success, because determination and not being told no and pushing through things can make you great. And this is just one of those things where no matter how hard Shohei pushes, his body is just not responding the way that they want it to. I don't understand how you can justify not shutting him down at this point. You have a 4-game lead over the Braves. You're tied with the Brewers, and thanks to the series of last week, and you put the Phillies kind of in a hole. Now is the time to rest him, because as we get closer and closer to October, only 56 games remaining, eventually you're going to enter a point where, oh, shoot, we can't rest him now. And what condition will he be in?
He's not going to be okay with that. By any means.
He won't, but I think we are approaching an inevitable point of Dave Roberts having to put on the big boy pants and say, Shohei, I love you, but I am
wearing the big boy pants.
But I am no longer, we as an organization are no longer asking you to do things. for the rest of the season, we're telling you, and I don't think the conversation is going to go well, but I do think that's a conversation, if we continue down this path, is eventually going to have to happen.
Yeah, something needs to give. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break because we have a guest around the corner. The owner and CEO of the Sporting Tribune, Arash Markazi, is joining the show. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We love when you're a part of the show. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. But right now, I am so excited to bring in our first guest, the founder and CEO of the Sporting Tribune. He has just been a legend covering LA sports for the last 2 decades. Arash Markazi, so excited to have you.
I am pumped to be on. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, let's go. Arash, you have been covering LA sports for decades now, and there is a lot of hype this season surrounding the Rams and Rams camp. Obviously, the big blockbuster move this offseason, getting Myles Garrett, Trent McDuffie. But even the conversation around, is Aaron Donald going to come out of retirement? You've been at training camp. Take us through what the vibe has been like with all of these big moves and potential stories.
It's so funny because, I mean, they have so many stars on the Rams right now, as you mentioned. You know, you go down the list of Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Myles Garrett. But Aaron Donald is the one name that keeps coming up, and we asked Sean McVay, and it really wasn't a practice yesterday. It was more of sort of like a jog-through, walk-through. But he had this, like, smile on his face. He's like, yeah, I actually did talk to Aaron. And to be honest, Alex, it was the first time that, like, I would at this point be shocked if he doesn't come back. I really think at this point it's sort of, you know, getting the contract in order, getting like what his role is going to be in order. I don't think he's one of those guys who's going to come in mid-season. I think if he comes in, it'll be during training camp. Again, McVay doesn't play his stars or his starters in preseason. So camp and preseason I'm not really concerned about, but at this point, I really would be surprised if he's not a part of this team during week 1.
You say that they need to get Aaron Donald's contract and role in order. 2 things that can be affected by the potential addition of Vita Vea. What do you make of the recent rumors, and how realistic can he be added to this team?
What I love about the Rams are they are sort of the NFL's Dodgers, where like everyone's like, how is this possible? You know, like I thought there was a salary cap. Here's the thing. The Rams are always going to be in the running. It's a little bit like the Dodgers, right? Like if there's a star player out there who wants to be moved, the Rams are going to be a part of those conversations. And while they're saying the right things publicly, if there's a trade that makes sense to them, they're going to make it. Now, again, I don't know how much sense that trade makes if Donald comes back. But whether it's a future first, whether it's a package of a second and a third and a current player, the Rams are all in. This is very much like the year where they won the Super Bowl at SoFi, where they get like a Odell Beckham Jr. and Von Miller, and like any big name that you hear of that is available, the Rams are going to try to go out and get.
Well, Arash, the man that they went out and got this offseason was Myles Garrett. And he has been handling all the Aaron Donald conversation and questions so great, just from the clips that I've seen. But how has he been fitting in with his new home and his new life here in L.A.?
It is so interesting to see his like relationship with his teammates, because there's like sort of this recognized game thing where even the current players on the Rams, they're picking his brain. And the beautiful thing about them having camp on campus at Loyola Marymount, these guys are rooming together, they're dining together, they're hanging out together. And so we were talking to Quentin Lake, and he's like I really want to know what makes him tick, what he's seeing, and what like. So this is really the relationships and the camaraderie that you're going to see that this group has. It's really those seeds are being planted now. And so as soon as they made that trade, and as much as they love Jared Verse, Myles Garrett, I mean, you're talking about a guy who may go down as the greatest defensive player in league history. He'll be in that conversation, first ballot Hall of Famer. You can see that in the way his teammates talk about them. They revered him so much.
Stetson Bennett has been on this roster for a couple years. Ty Simpson is the new rookie. How unique is it that a backup quarterback battle is one of the most pertinent battles throughout the league this year?
It is interesting because they have generally, the Rams have tried to get a veteran backup. When you look at how much they paid to Jimmy Garoppolo, they like Stetson Bennett an awful lot. And when you look at the performances he's had in the preseason, they really believe that he's capable of coming in and helping them win a game. And again, that's the big thing here. They got lucky with Matthew Stafford a year ago. And when I say they got lucky, guys, I mean we truly didn't know if Stafford was going to be healthy to even play. So he did not miss a game. They are confident that Stetson Bennett can help them win a game or two if need be. Now, listen, if they lose Stafford for like any real length of time, those championship hopes go out the window. But then the Ty Simpson thing is unique, where they're not trying to give him like any real reps this season. You'll see him a ton in the preseason. But again, if something were to happen where Stafford missed a game or two, Stetson Bennett, Sean McVay has confidence that he could be the guy.
But Arash, neither Ty Simpson or Stetson Bennett have regular season snap experience. Like, can you really trust either of these guys with the Super Bowl favorite Rams, the best roster in the NFL? Like, I have to imagine they're still thinking about going out and getting a veteran backup.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point because that's the one thing. And the reason that they went out and got Jimmy Garoppolo, there was a couple of years ago where Stafford missed a couple of games, and they really didn't have a good backup, and they lost 2 games that they felt that they should have won. Where I totally have the utmost trust in Sean McVay. If he tells me he trusts a quarterback, whether that's Stetson Bennett, whether that's, Simpson, I really do trust him. And then you really go back to that Baker Mayfield signing that they had, where Baker Mayfield gets off the plane, reads the playbook, and then leads them to a comeback victory against Las Vegas. Like, I just think with Sean McVay in quarterbacks, if something were to happen, unfortunately, with Stafford, A, they have confidence that the quarterbacks in the room can help them win a game or two. B, there may be a quarterback out there who's like available that they're not going to, sign right now, but they could. So the big picture, though, guys, is that if something were to happen to Stafford, they realize like all their hopes and dreams go away. So this is really about like if you were to miss 1 or 2 games.
3 NFC West teams made it to the second round of the playoffs a year ago. Who is the bigger threat this season, the 49ers or the reigning Super Bowl champ Seahawks?
I still think it's the Seahawks. And again, I know they kind of got on a run at the end of last season, but that team was just so well put together, so dominant. Again, the only real team that I thought could beat them when things turned that Thursday night in Seattle, I really said these are the best 2 teams in the league. So if the Rams don't, beat them in the championship game, I don't think anyone's going to beat them. Again, I have a lot of confidence in San Francisco. They're always a well put together team. But I really think, in terms of the division, in terms of who's going to come out of the conference, I still think it's Seattle.
All right, let's talk about our other LA team here real quick, the Chargers, because I think their biggest offseason move was getting Mike McDaniel as their offensive coordinator. And for this season to be considered a success, I think Justin Herbert has to win a playoff game. Like there's been such high expectations, and we haven't seen it yet. What has been the conversation around Chargers camp since coming back this year?
Well, you guys are catching me at a good time because I'm leaving Chargers camp and I'm driving to the Rams camp. It is a different
Let's
vibe
go.
with Mike McDaniel. Like, Mike McDaniel, you can hear him. Like, and he's screaming. He's saying, Justin Herbert, like saying his first and last name. Like, let's go, Justin Herbert. Like, you have 2 of the most charismatic coaches in league history, and Jim Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel. And they're on, one's on your right ear, one's on your left ear. And Justin Herbert, by the way, you know what the first thing that we asked him was he got engaged. So we said, congratulations, he got engaged to Madison Beer. And he smiled and he said, thank you. I really expect big things out of Herbert this year. But there is a pressure. They do feel it. Like after these last couple of years where they flamed out in the postseason, they don't mind admitting, yes, we feel it. This is the year, and by the way, they are not shying away from the fact that the Super Bowl is at SoFi, and I know a lot of people talk about that in relation to the Rams. The Chargers are saying, hey, that's our home too. We want to be playing in that Super Bowl.
Justin Herbert is not the only one with pressure. Jim Harbaugh has pressure, but maybe the most pressure you could argue is on defensive coordinator Chris O'Leary coming over from Western Michigan. I know you've only seen a limited practice, but what does that defense look like?
It looks good, and the biggest thing is they have leaders on that team. When you talk about Derwin James and Khalil Mack and guys like that, I mean, those are the guys that they're going to lean on. But, I mean, they are very high on this defense. And the unique thing, not so much with O'Leary, but you have a coordinator, for example. They really do view not just the Rams for years, but sort of like this Chargers pipeline to becoming a head coach in the future. Like, I can totally imagine that if the Chargers go on a run and Justin Herbert has a career year, there's no doubt Mike McDaniel will be one and done here. O'Leary's got to be looking at this defense as well in terms of what he could potentially do with this team. But the one thing that I got from camp and talking to Harbaugh today and talking to Herbert, they embrace the pressure, and they know it's not okay just to win 10 games and make it to the playoff. They want to go deep in the postseason.
So, okay, they're embracing the pressure, but how have you seen Justin Herbert respond to that new vibe of Mike McDaniel, and as you said, having the two most probably personality-driven coaches in Harbaugh and McDaniel? Because he's a quiet guy.
Again, 100%, and he's very private, but I do think this relationship he's been in has kind of opened him up. He's in a music video. He's courtside at the Lakers. He's public on Instagram. So he is more media savvy than he has been in the past. It's just one practice, and Harbaugh was the first to admit, listen, we're not going to do a lot today. We're going to take this slow. We're going to, ramp this up. But definitely the biggest vibe, if you want to just talk about in total, was Mike McDaniel. You could just you feel his presence. Mm-hmm. You can hear him. You see what he's doing. And there is this feeling with Mike McDaniel where, the offensive guys know his history. So you could tell the relationship that Harbaugh and that Herbert and McDaniel have, that trio, I would be shocked if Herbert does not have a huge year.
Los Angeles has two teams, but there is a third honorary team. What do you consider success for the Raiders this year?
Well, listen, I think it'd be tough to make the playoffs if you go from where they were a year ago with Pete Carroll to making the playoffs. But I do like what they've done. I do like that there's sort of this quarterback room with Kirk Cousins in there, Fernando Mendoza's there, and they've done and said all the right things. I am just so excited for them to have a competitive team, a team that's playing meaningful games, hopefully in December, because that fan base is just waiting. And you brought it up. It's our third team. It's Vegas. It's a 45-minute flight. It's like a 2.5-hour drive. There's so many fans, but they have not given them much to cheer about. So here's the perfect scenario, that they start the year with Kirk Cousins as the starter, and whatever, but they want that Fernando mania. They want Fernando Mendoza to take that torch and to run with this team. So we'll see how they do. I think it would be a stretch for them to go from where they were to the postseason. I think success is playing meaningful games late in the year.
Arash, a 2.5-hour drive to Vegas. You are flying. Flying.
By the way, that should have been two tickets, Alex. It should have been 2 tickets.
I know you split time between Vegas and LA, but dude, that's impressive. Okay, so obviously they're excited about the future of Fernando Mendoza. You spend a lot of time in Vegas. Do they believe in Fernando Mendoza being the future, the fan base, the Raiders fan base?
Well, listen, I think the biggest thing is that team believes in him. And I was at that college football national championship game in Miami, and on the field pregame was Mark Davis and Tom Brady. And you knew at that moment it was kind of already going to happen. But the fact that Tom Brady and Mark Davis were there, on the field pregame, watching Fernando and having that moment where he capped off a storybook ending. It's going to be a movie one day, his Heisman year. They have confidence, and when you look at the jersey sales of Fernando Mendoza, they are waiting. They can't wait for them to have a quarterback that they can embrace, that they'll be proud of. So, yeah, but I really think the biggest thing is having also a leader in the room during that period of time. And you go to, like, when Kurt Warner was with the Giants and, like, Eli Manning was drafted, and, like, that, you talk to, like, Eli, that moment, that, like, year helped him. I really think Kirk Cousins is going to help Fernando a lot. But for them to get to where they want to go in a year or two, it's Fernando. And, again, he's not unused to what he just, like when you look at what he did with the Hoosiers, the losingest program in college football history, as tough as it is for Vegas right now, I wouldn't be shocked if this is a playoff team in 2 years.
Oh, we love to hear that, Arash. And we so appreciate you in between driving from Chargers camp to now Rams camp coming on the show. Arash, have a great day. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
All right. Yeah, that man is working.
He's got energy, man. I love that.
2.5 hours to Vegas?
That's bold.
You have family in Vegas. How long does it take you? I'm like, I remember like 5 hours, right?
A little bit longer than 2.5. For me, the quickest I've ever been there, I left at like 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And I want to say I got there in 3.
Okay.
And that was no one on the road. Flying.
So I can kind of have a similar. When I was at San Diego State and my now husband was at UC Santa Barbara, I used to drive up after practice.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be leaving at like 10:30 at night.
Oh, yeah, that's smart.
I could fly there in like 3 hours.
Like
and I
you
would
said,
tell
I should've
people
got 2
that, and they
tickets.
were like, ooh, no, I've never gotten a ticket. I'm a great driver. Remember? I could be a
Yes.
professional driver.
Yes, you could.
And you thought I meant Uber driver, and I was
we
like,
all have
no,
faith in you.
race car driver. I would be a great race car driver. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, the Lakers are searching for more center depth. Excuse me, what? We're going to dive into that when we get back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Home for LA Sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
We back, baby.
and in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join 5-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA sports.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and then just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even like darker into it. Like private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, like, get him a trainer with that price and, like, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? And I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, like, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape, and whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to, like, you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better. And then that opportunity.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off too.
Day in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show and the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. Now, we've talked a lot of Dodgers today. We've talked a lot of Rams training camp, everything that's been going on this offseason, even Chargers who kicked things off today. We just had Arash Markazi from the Sporting Tribune on, who was just leaving Chargers camp. And it was like, there wasn't a ton to report because they didn't do a lot. But the biggest takeaway was that Mike McDaniel is just, you feel his aura was kind of my takeaway from that. And they're excited about that connection with Justin Herbert. But we haven't talked Lakers yet. And there was a story that came out yesterday, I think once we were off the air, that the Lakers are searching for more center depth. And when I read that headline, I immediately was like, what? I thought we did that already, right? Because they completely rebuilt kind of the center rotation this offseason after losing DeAndre Ayton and Jackson Hayes. And the big replacement was Walker Kessler, and then Looney, obviously, as the veteran depth there. So when you think about the two of these guys and the potential that they bring, when you hear that they need more, is that just out of safety, or do they maybe not believe one can handle everything?
I see it as an insurance move.
Okay.
I see it as Walker Kessler and Kevon Looney. Neither of them played a ton of basketball last year for different reasons, and just in case, maybe we can add someone here. So Walker Kessler only played 5 games last year, a 6th if you count the preseason game. He was nursing a shoulder, but the Utah Jazz was not trying to win basketball games last year. And there is a pretty legitimate argument that if he wanted to, if the Jazz wanted him to, he could have returned on the back half of that season. He's 25 years old. I am not expecting that shoulder to be a problem at all. Kevon Looney only played 21 games last year. He injured his knee during the preseason, and he would kind of come back, leave. It just plagued him all year long when he was in New Orleans, and he is 30 years old. However, the previous 4 years where he was in Golden State, he played 79 games a season. So yes, he is 30 coming off a knee injury, but he has always been a workhorse who can go. In a worst case scenario where they don't add anyone and one of those two guys get hurt,
Mamu.
Exactly.
Right?
Sandro Mamukelashvili can play a small ball center, potentially limits what they want to do offensively, and it begs the question of, well, now do you have a stretch four and all, and it complicates a lot of things, but this is strictly insurance. The names that they're looking at reportedly: Chicago Jalen Smith, Milwaukee Jericho Sims, and New Orleans Carlo Matkovic.
So obviously the Lakers roster is full at the moment, and the conversation before this came out was Kuminga.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of the depth that they were going after. How does this new news affect them going after Kuminga, if anything?
It doesn't, because Jared Vanderbilt would be involved
Okay.
in the trade for Kuminga. And in this trade, say they make the Kuminga trade, which I hope they do. Kuminga, you're going to love it here. It's going to be great. You're going to have so much fun.
Come on over to LA.
Come on down. And for this trade, they would need to alleviate somebody. Dalton Connect seems to be the next guy on the chopping block. He's been rumored, really going back. Well, I mean, he technically has been traded. He was traded last season, but then the trade got rescinded, and he just
what
never
an
quite...
emotional roller coaster.
Exactly.
Whew,
So
that's brutal.
Since that moment, it's kind of been, it's not
Yeah.
if, just when. For Dalton, and the good thing about Jalen Smith, Jericho Sims, and Carlo Matkovic is they're all on expiring contracts, meaning this is the final year of said contract. So it would be an insurance, and it would also be non-committal. It's not, none of these three names are expecting a big payday. Now, they could play their way into that if they go out there and kill it, but it is a very non-committal, low-stakes way to have insurance. Personally, Jalen Smith out of Chicago, I feel, is far and away the best among the three, but the order of the Lakers' interest apparently goes in the order that I've said: Smith, Sims, Matkovic.
It's crazy because when we've been talking about the Lakers' new roster and the new addition of Walker Kessler kind of being the big move besides signing Austin to that max contract, I didn't even think about, and I wasn't focusing on Looney and Kessler's last season and then the injuries they face. And this actually kind of makes me think how concerned the Lakers might be about their durability.
Again, Kessler was hurt on paper. The shoulder was hurt, legitimately hurt at a time. But the Utah Jazz were not trying to win basketball games last year. Now, because that shoulder was hurt at some point, could he bang it during training camp? Could he bang it during a million things? Yes, he could. And you just want to have a contingency plan. Kevon Looney, the knee injury was significant. However, he has always been, throughout his decade-long career, just an absolute workhorse, and averaged 79 games a year for the previous 4 seasons. So it is smart to get a third center because neither of your guys played a lot of basketball last year. But I don't see this as a panic move. I see this as a Dalton Connect does not have a place here, so if we can move him to a team that's rebuilding and willing to come off of a backup center that is not going to be very expensive, we would be fools not to do it.
Okay, so Kessler, Looney, Mamu as a third option. Hearing those three names, do you consider kind of that center depth the Lakers' biggest weakness?
As of right now, I would call the power... I would still say power forward because Mamu would likely have to start, and after that, you're really going to need to lean into just the tall, long, athletic bodies that they got. And there are
But they are tall and long and athletic. That's the strength of this new look Lakers roster.
Yes, and now you're kind of dipping into your wing depth a little bit. The only issue that you run into, if it isn't Mamu out there, or if it isn't Kuminga, who, to be fair, is not the biggest guy either, is you are now sacrificing athleticism if Mamu is out there. He is athletic for a center.
Okay.
He's not athletic for a power forward, which is why Walker Kessler being super athletic and Mamu out there isn't necessarily a hit, because Kessler's going to do the picking and rolling. Mamu's kind of going to be the 3-and-D guy that can help at the rim when he needs to. So there's no need for panic here, but as far as if I had to pick which role has the least amount of depth, it would be not having a true power forward behind Mamu.
Okay, so we're expecting the Lakers to make possibly 2 more moves this offseason, right?
Yeah.
To get another third option center.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're still in the conversation of the Kuminga sweepstakes. And he's taking his time, as he should.
Yeah, I think the longer he waits, the more likely the Lakers land him. Because if the Clippers, who have known now for almost a week that LeBron James is not going to be there, if their offer was good enough, he would have accepted it by now. So,
but also the Cavs are in that conversation too. So Clippers and Cavs.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said Clippers. I meant Cavs.
Okay.
If the Cavs offer was good enough.
I was gonna say, I was like, what did I miss? Both LA teams are going after Kuminga.
There's so much movement. The Cavs offer is no longer a factor the longer he waits.
Come on, Kuminga.
Come home.
Come to
Even
LA. Hour number 4 coming up next. YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And we love when you're a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, a couple segments ago, we were talking about an LA RSVP, you guys. All the big things happening around LA this weekend. And Shay and I were talking about the 6-man volleyball tournament that's going down in Manhattan Beach, which, you guys, is the 6-man is the most iconic holiday if you grew up in Manhattan Beach. It's like Christmas morning. It's like it's hard to describe unless you've been a part of it.
It's like Topanga and Topanga days.
Okay, so I'm curious, where you guys grew up, did you have something like that?
Yeah, a lot of cities, everything has, I'm sure Valencia, Calabasas had this thing where, they had, a pumpkin whatever, and, it was during Halloween, you would go and do that.
Oh, that's cool.
Topanga has Topanga days, and that's known as, the Topanga, you're drinking, you're having a good time.
Yeah, we're
Brock
outside.
say the Valencia
Yeah,
stuff.
we had a big Halloween aspect at Lombardi Ranch, which is this massive pumpkin patch. So the whole month of October was nuts. But specifically for something like this, I would say concerts in the park during the summer. Every single Saturday, they had a big stage at our version of Central Park, and that was what would bring the community together. It's always cool because anything that the entire community can rally around and look forward to, and the idea of I don't even need to ask you what you're doing on this day because the whole world knows what you're doing on this day. Yeah, it's great, especially when it has, I think it said 50 years of longevity or something like that.
For 6-man?
I think so.
So it's so funny because once you're in high school is when you slowly start to understand what the 6-man is in Manhattan Beach. And like I said, if you grew up in Manhattan Beach, a 6-man is like Christmas morning. It is the best holiday in the South Bay. And not just because it's a big party, but beach volleyball is really Manhattan Beach is kind of the birthplace. You have the AVP, the Volleyball Walk of Fame down the Hermosa Pier. But this is kind of everything that Manhattan Beach culture is together, because you have the volleyball, the partying, the beach lifestyle, and people just having the best time ever.
This is the 52nd year of the Manhattan Beach 6-man volleyball tournament. The first one was in 1974. I'm sure it's grown a little bit over the years.
That's so fun. It's one of my favorite things, and we have a couple buddies that do the drone shots. DJ Dick is one of our friends who has the most insane drone shots. And it just, when you see it, you're like, oh, 6-man.
He has an insane name too, but
Richard. His name's Richard. So.
I know, but he chose his name very specifically. I credit him for it.
I for one like his name.
He also DJs.
Anything wrong with it?
He also DJs, so it's
I would hope he DJs.
It would be nuts if that was his nickname and he didn't DJ. By the way,
you're like, duh, Curry. Duh. So, okay, I want to hear from you, LA. If you live in a cool, or just your city, if you have a really cool holiday that your city is kind of known for, and you guys, it's like Brock said, it's you don't have to ask anybody what you're doing that weekend. You know exactly what you are doing that weekend. Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. What is it? Because I didn't know about, what was it? You said the
Concerts
Halloween.
in the park in Lombardi Ranch.
Well, you said the Halloween stuff too, right? You guys are big on Halloween, and then Topanga days,
Lombardi
I
Ranch.
had no idea. Oh, so is that around? You have concerts in the park around Halloween?
No. Two separate things.
Okay.
Two separate things. Yes.
Oh, okay, got it.
Lombardi Ranch had the Halloween festivities. I hope they still do it. I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
And then Concerts in the Park was a summer thing.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everywhere has concerts in the park, right? Because we had it Hermosa on the beach. We have it in Manhattan at a park. They're in El Segundo at a park. That's just the summer vibes.
I think if you have good weather, which LA does naturally, you just want to hear live music outside.
Yeah. It's the best. You guys are listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Let's get back to some Dodgers because they're looking to bounce back after a tough loss last night. Even though, you guys, it was Dinger City at Dodger Stadium. 7 home runs. Ohtani setting the tone with his 10th leadoff home run of the season. And I will continue to say this. I have figured out what Ohtani needs to do to stay healthy. Just keep hitting home runs so he can just jog around the base path. Even a ground rule double, like he can just jog to second base. I don't need to see him trying to stretch out a single or a double into a triple and hurt his knee because that's still an issue. So Ohtani, just home runs and doubles. That's all I need to see.
The knee is drastically affecting his base running, to your point. And in the last series against the Mets, he tried to leg out a triple and got tagged out.
Dude, I held my breath through that whole thing. I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why? Why? No.
Not only was it...
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Not only was it scary, it's a play that he slides home safe if he's entirely healthy and can run full speed. Last night, he does get a triple. I think he would have got thrown out, but I think healthy Shohei Ohtani pushes for that inside the park home run on that gapper that he hit that the right fielder then dropped and bobbled. And just the idea that he doesn't steal bases anymore. You know, it is greatly affecting
that
things.
Right there should be like the biggest indication that something's wrong.
Was it 2024 he had 50-50?
Yeah, his first.
I think it was 2024.
His first season with the Dodgers, the 50-50.
Stealing bases is something that he was the best at, and it's just not part of his game because of this knee. So,
but you guys, every time we hear about an injury or a setback or any drama surrounding Shohei Ohtani, he comes out and he immediately hits a home run, which is what he did last night. Because on top of the injury news of, so the setback that we thought was happening with his bullpen getting canceled and Dave Roberts saying there was no timetable set for when he's going to throw his next bullpen. We thought it was because of the knee, because that's what is affected when he's pitching. But it came out yesterday as well that it's actually his bicep. And that has been something that has been lingering throughout the season. But we were told that the bicep is only affected when he's at the plate.
Yeah, and obviously it didn't make sense when they initially said it, just regarding how is it that your right bicep, when you throw the ball as a righty from the mound, is only affected when you are batting lefty at the plate. So from the jump, I'm pretty sure we were immediately suspicious in here.
I'm like trying to see, because I'm a righty, so I'm like, I guess you would, if you were right, you would feel because you extend with the bicep.
Right.
Left, it's, oh man, lefty's funny.
It feels weird. There's just less involvement of the bicep in that scenario.
Maybe
so
remember
it already
that, like
felt weird.
that, man, the double that he tried to stretch into a triple, he tossed his arm out, and that would have been his right arm to try to make connection with the ball.
I'm not mad at that logic there.
That could have been the stretch strain.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that logic. I will also add quickly to the stolen base argument. I just looked it up. Shohei, the same Shohei Ohtani who stole 50 bases 2 years ago, has stolen 6 bases this year. The most recent stolen base was on May 16th.
There you go.
It is a massive part of his game that is no longer there. To the point of the bicep, it always smelled like something funny, but because we were so concerned with the knee, we were focused on that, and we were focused on the blister.
Well, and we were told it was fine, even though like the bicep had come up twice this season.
Right, but to sit there and say that your right bicep when you are a righty pitcher is not affected was always ridiculous. And either Dave Roberts is trying his best to cover for Shohei, which I doubt, because he's always been honest just as a manager. Even before Shohei got there, he's never been the type to manipulate the media. Sometimes he's misinformed or something comes out incorrectly, but he's never the type to intentionally try to use the media to lie about a player to gain some kind of advantage. Which is why I put the default on Shohei and the honesty maybe that is being delivered to Dave in regards to what hurts and how much it hurts.
Well, it's so funny. It feels like, hey, look over here, distract. Oh, hey, no, now look over here. Hey, now that's really bad. Now look back over here, and like maybe it's that injury, and it's just like distract, deflect is the whole situation. Which, you know what, with this Shohei Ohtani new information, and it's not necessarily new information, it's just confirming what we kind of were all dreading and hoping wasn't true. The fact that it is the bicep still, and it is the knee inflammation and the injury and the injection isn't helping the situation. It didn't improve anything that they were hoping it would during the All-Star break. I think the Dodgers have to go out and they need to be aggressive at the trade deadline and go get another arm.
Yeah, it seems like it's an inevitable situation. And Blake Snell is working his way back. We're supposed to hear really any week now that he's ready to go, but that doesn't mean he's going to be the version of himself that was here last year. It doesn't mean it's going to be the version of himself that is capable of pitching in a World Series. And for all we know, a loose body situation, it's not like he has a clean bill of health. You know, the same way we were just talking about the Lakers and getting insurance at the center position. You need to, I mean, if you go get Skubal is not the insurance, but it is.
But he's
an
also coming back from
and he's all coming back
injury.
From a loose body as well. But just getting an extra body, preparing for the worst case scenario. As we mentioned, Tyler Glass now. We hope he's available in a bullpen-like role, but that there's nothing guaranteed with his return at this point.
He's scheduled to throw a live BP session today at Dodger Stadium, and if it goes well, the hope is he'll start his rehab assignment shortly after that. But again, this is like what happened last time is he had a setback.
Right.
Back spasms, like there is no timetable.
Right. And the bullpen, thankfully, is almost back fully healthy. I believe Ben Kasparius and Blake Trinan are the only two remaining, which is a good sign. And if the bullpen is asked to extend their efforts a little more, then so be it. But to your point, the smartest thing to do right now is to ask to ask Detroit, is Emmett Sheehan and maybe a piece or two in Oklahoma is enough to land Tarik Skubal?
Yeah, so the projected trade pieces would be a controllable major league pitcher, which that could be the Sheehan, could also be a Gavin Stone.
Yeah.
A top 5 outfield prospect and an elite pitching prospect. So you're going to have to give away 2 of your top prospects and 1 of your starters in the rotation right now for a Skubal. And is that worth it for him to be on loan?
That's another thing, is Skubal is on an expiring deal. He's coming over and expects big time money, whether it's from the Dodgers or somewhere else. Someone is cashing him out this year.
He is an unrestricted free agent this offseason.
Right. So are you giving up all that? If the Dodgers are giving up all that, then they are giving Skubal big time money. There's no way with this good of a farm system, the best farm system, you give all that up just for
a rental.
I think they've learned that lesson in the past. So if they do get Skubal and extend him, then the question remains, who is currently a starting pitcher that may also be on the trade block once the season's over. But that's a conversation for another day. Right now, the World Series is the only thing that matters, and Skubal is probably the move that the Dodgers are going to have to make.
Yeah, baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. That might have to be the conversation, that if Skubal really becomes the focus, and if anyone can do it, it's the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And everyone is going to be pissed, even more pissed. However, you have to remember, they are in a quest for a three-peat right now. And the entire baseball world is looking at a lockout at the end of the season. So this is kind of the time to kind of put all your chips on the table. I mean, the Dodgers have enough to be able to do it. And because it's such a great player organization, we hear anybody who comes to the Dodgers talk about why it's so great. Take Eric Lauer, for example. Him saying, since coming to LA, which hasn't been a long time, it's been a couple months now, he has, the coaching staff has done more for his game and his pitching game than any organization has done throughout his career.
That's a fact.
So there's also the possibility of Skubal, like, hey, you want to be a part of a winning franchise.
Right.
And is there a world that if you come here, you would want to stay? Because I feel like that has to be a big part of the conversation.
It has to be massive. And it is a massive part of that conversation. And while the CBA is the topic of conversation regarding this offseason and the lockout that we all expect to take place, the If the hard cap is something that the MLB wants to impose on baseball, they're not just going to say, okay, Dodgers, this is the hard cap. You got to get rid of all these players and all this money. They will find a way to make it work. So if you are the Dodgers and you land Tarek Skubal and you give him a big-time contract, it may be beneficial to have that on the books before these new rules come into effect. If there's a bunch of new rules and you try to go get him in the offseason, it's, well, that doesn't abide by the new cap rules. Whereas if he's already on the roster, you say, what do you mean? He's already here. We already paid him. I wonder if that would be a factor regarding if they trade for him, how quickly they would get him on a long-term deal.
So the other thing to look at, so the trade deadline, you guys, is Monday, August 3rd. Another piece could be Eric Lauer.
Yeah.
And they got him for pennies for what they got him for, and to be able to turn him around, because the Dodgers have won every single game that he's pitched. If they're able to turn Eric Lauer, and he's on the mound tonight, you guys. So tonight could be a very important start for Eric Lauer in terms of the Dodgers using him as a possible trading piece in this situation. That's something that I'm going to be looking at. Because, again, that would be the Dodgers, like, getting like a 2-time Cy Young pitcher for pennies.
Anyone would understand
pennies
that.
And prospects.
Yes. Anyone would understand that. Eric Lauer, big-time matchup tonight. You saw how active the Seattle Bats were. Last night against
5 home runs.
Robleski, who is a velocity-ish guy, whereas Eric Lauer is not the velocity guy. He throws a 77-mile-per-hour curveball. You know, he's all about placement, and Seattle showed you the top half of that lineup. If your placement is not exact, they will make you pay. Seattle hit 5 home runs yesterday. More than 50% of Seattle's runs this year have come off of home runs.
Oh.
They do not let you make mistakes. And I am so sick of seeing that trident that they have in the dugout that they used to celebrate with.
It makes me think of The Little Mermaid.
I will admit I would love it if I was a Mariners fan, but I'm not.
Yeah.
And I saw it way too many times last night. So Eric Lauer is going to handle business, and he should feel confident. The last time he was out there, it was a win against Philadelphia. Went 5 1/3 innings. The score was 9-5. He struck out Schwarber and Harper back-to-back in the 3rd inning. It was a solid outing for him. Take that confidence, because these Seattle Bats are proving to be just as dangerous.
So remember, Edwin Diaz is scheduled to be activated from the IL today to be available for tonight's game. It is also the Edwin Diaz bobblehead giveaway night at Dodger Stadium. So when you're looking at game 2 against the Mariners, as we said, it was Dinger City. It was a slugfest yesterday, 7 home runs, 5 of those coming from the Mariners. Shohei Ohtani with the leadoff, and Max Muncy just continuing to be so hot at the plate for the Dodgers right now. But something that I am going to be looking for tonight is if Edwin Diaz gets back in the game, how much of an impact can he have? And how does he look? And how does he feel? And it's different when you're on the rehab assignments to then being back in a big league park, under the lights, all of the pressure, the speed of the game, and everything else. It's just different. From the minors, obviously, to the big leagues. But all my focus, if he gets the opportunity to come in tonight, is going to be on Edwin Diaz.
I'll keep eyes on Dalton Rushing, who went 3 for 4 last night with 2 runs, and Tommy Edman, who went 2 for 4 with an RBI and scored. Tommy Edman had a pretty rough weekend. Dalton Rushing didn't have a great one, so seeing both of them, of course, it was in a losing effort, but 6 runs is plenty more often than not, and if they can repeat that type of effort, I think the Dodgers and Eric Lauer should be fine tonight.
Okay, I'm going to add on one more. And it's going to be Kyle Tucker, because it's his bobblehead giveaway night on Friday. And this man, the $60 million man, needs to have success at Dodger Stadium in front of the fans.
More than any other Dodger.
Like, that needs to happen like yesterday. And the opposite happened yesterday. So that's what we're looking out for. Also, Shohei Ohtani, how his knee, how his bicep is. If there are going to be any other conversations and vibe changes with the the Ippei and the podcast of the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani coming out. Man, my heart just feels for Ohtani right now with everything going on.
There's a lot of pressure on him, both in the clubhouse and outside of the clubhouse, and it's only going to continue to ramp up as more people listen to the podcast episode, as the author of it makes her rounds around the media, as she has every right to do. There's a ton of effort put into this thing, and she was really the one who started this whole thing going in 2024. And as the episodes continue to come out and become more and more juicy, there will not be a quiet moment between now and the World Series for Shohei. It will only continue to get louder. And if he's going to be the best version of himself, he's going to have to find a way to manage it.
Okay, so we're looking out for Edwin Diaz making his return. Remember, Kike Hernandez got activated yesterday. So it's going to be fun. We want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Let's head to Mitch in East LA. Mitch, how are we feeling today?
How you doing, Alex, Rob, Shay? Hope everything's well.
We're doing great.
Great show. Love the laugh. Love the chatter.
Thank you.
Really good today.
Thank
I was
you.
calling about the Rams.
Okay, let's do Rams.
You can skip training. Just game one with some first game. At least in Australia. He might have to pack his bags and head over there. And it'd be a great trip. It'd be a great game. Hopefully the coach over there has his health back then. He's very fortunate to be alive, Mr. McKay. And with the Rams draft and tie, they were thinking for the future, but they were a year late. They should have drafted Jackson Dahl last year. We would have had Lemon with AD. And I'm hoping they can throw in Joey Bosa. What do you think? I know I'm kind of repeating myself, but I cannot believe how fast this football season come around. I mainly can't wait for USC fight on. Love your show. You guys are beautiful. Thanks for taking my call. Great station.
Anytime, Mitch. We love you.
Thank you, Mitch. It's so funny because I keep forgetting that the Rams' first game is in Australia.
How funny
Every single time. It's like, pack your bags and get to Australia. So that, too, if Aaron Donald decides to come back.
His first game back is
in Australia.
Australia. Shame on you, Roger Goodell.
I mean, that would just be wild.
It's just so...
We're on the same page
so
here.
Frustrating.
The only person that's happy about it is Bridget Condon.
She can't wait to
who
go.
we had on, because she covers the international games, and it's fun when you're a reporter to travel. Like I got to travel the world when I was a reporter, and there is nothing cooler than an assignment that is overseas.
Very happy for Bridget. Very upset. And if and when Aaron Donald comes back, I hope the NFL realizes how ridiculous this is. And as we get closer to week 1, people will become more and more vocal about how dumb of a decision this was.
They should.
Yeah.
This is insane.
You do not give away our best matchups.
Also, the whole point of training camp is to get your body ready for the routine of the season. Sending the Super Bowl favorites, when the Super Bowl is in LA at SoFi, to the farthest part of the world in Australia is only going to undo everything, getting yourself ready wise, mentally, sleep, routine, going to Australia.
No one is better at making money than the NFL, which is why this decision is so shocking.
It's so wild. We'll continue this Rams conversation, because coming up next, we're heading out to Rams training camp. Our field reporter at 97.1 The Fan, Lindsay Polaris, is going to be joining us live from Rams camp. Don't go anywhere, because more Brock and Alex is coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We love when you're a part of the show. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us, talk about anything you want. LA Sports, 855-97 LA Fan, 855-975-2326. Rams conversations, you guys, this offseason and at the start of camp have just been absolutely taken over the LA scene.
Yeah.
We can start with, obviously, the blockbuster trade of Myles Garrett, but then hearing we had Arash Markazi on earlier in the show who has been at Rams camp. He was just leaving Chargers camp to then head to Rams camp. And he was talking about just how so many guys, Quentin Lake's friend of the show, shared how they all just want to be picking his brain, Myles Garrett's brain, and see how he works and see how he goes about the game. So talk about the impact, like already, just like a couple days into training camp. And he also talked about the fact that, guys are sharing rooms. They're in the dorms. Like, this is where the chemistry really starts to build for this Rams team.
Yeah, it's a hive mind situation.
Okay.
Defensively, specifically, all 11 guys have to be seeing the same thing the same way, because if you're running a zone coverage, which Chris Shula often does, everyone has to be responsible for their certain area. And depending on the formation, depending on shifts, depending on motions, that area may shift. And if I see something happen where I'm now going to go over to this area, I have to trust that Quentin Lake sees the same thing and he's in my area. And Trent has to make sure that he knows that Quentin's going over there. It's a hive mind thing, and it's a high stakes defense that Chris Shula runs. So understanding more about the person underneath the helmet that wears the jersey truly does benefit how I know you're going to operate as a teammate. And doing dumb things like playing Mortal Kombat between meetings because you have 45 minutes to kill.
Yeah.
Things like that go such a long way. Yes, these are grown men. Yes, they're making millions of dollars. But at the end of the day, you build chemistry the same way you'd build chemistry on a high school team.
Yeah.
Of just hanging out, being together, and to the point of what Myles Garrett can bring, him and Trent McDuffie can make this Rams mindset even better. There's plenty of guys on this Rams team who was there that won a ring a couple years ago. Myles Garrett has not played a ton of meaningful playoff football, but he is the best at what he does.
Yeah.
He will be in the Hall of Fame. So if you're Braden Fisk, if you're Poona Ford, if you're Kobe Turner, if you're Byron Young, this young crop is going to get significantly better because they are going to start seeing things the way that Myles Garrett sees them. And that the same thing goes for the DB room. Everything that they've accomplished as individuals can now grow because Trent McDuffie, multi-Super Bowl winner, is in the room.
Like, that's crazy, you guys. The two big defensive offseason acquisitions that they got in trades in Trent McDuffie, like multiple Super Bowl winner, Myles Garrett, the reigning defensive player of the year. This Rams defensive room right now just like took it to the next level.
Yeah. And another thing that goes a long way is there's 32 teams in the NFL.
Yep.
There's only so many wide receivers who are going to be good enough to where you see them every year throughout your career, right? So Trent McDuffie, being in the AFC West and playing the Chiefs schedule every year, has more knowledge of certain types of wide receivers that the Rams may face this year.
I didn't even think about that.
So yeah, as guys get traded, as acquisitions happen, as guys hit free agency and get signed, Myles Garrett and Trent McDuffie, two long-term vets, can now share information with the rest of the Rams team regarding when he wants to do this, he does this. When he lines up there, he likes to do this. I was killing him with this move in week 7 2 years ago. Last year, he started running his routes differently and look out for this. Small little things. The same goes for Myles Garrett, who can say, this offensive tackle does this when he wants to do this, or I know it's a run play because he does this. So much sharing of information helps a ton.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. But now let's bring in our 97.1 The Fan field reporter, Lindsay Pilaris, who's joining us live from Rams training camp. Lindsay, you've spent the whole week at Rams camp. What's it been like today?
Yeah, I live here now, and it's pretty nice. I'm not going to lie. So I'm actually doing a mid-practice check-in with you guys. I actually just stepped off the field. Nothing too crazy going on just yet, and that is because the team started practice at 12:55, so they're like 35, 40 minutes into this thing. So right now, I hate to report, just like a lot of individual drills, stretching, all the stuff that really isn't the most exciting. Defense just went off to the other field, and Myles Garrett, who I know a lot of the Rams conversation is centered around, has not come out yet, and that's because they opened with some special team drills. He doesn't come out during that stuff. He will be speaking later today, though, so I'm going to make sure to be front and center for that press conference. But, it looks like a packed house. Those fans, there's not much space there. Fans are here. Another beautiful day for football, honestly.
Thank you so much, Lindsay, for giving us just a little bit of your time. What are you most excited to see once they start really hitting the ground running and you get to see some drills?
Yeah, after hearing how much of a positive effect and presence, obviously, that Matt Stafford has, I just kind of want to see more of those 11-on-11 drills and just see him, commanding the troops, so to speak. It's interesting. I had not been covering this team for several seasons, but, Matt Stafford was not participating in training camp practices last year. And so there is a huge excitement amongst the team to have him here on his modified practice schedule. Obviously, he's been around, but not actually out on the field throwing passes, just creating that chemistry early on or strengthening that chemistry early on. Some of those individual drills that I was able to see were between, the quarterbacks and receivers. And again, not a single drop pass between Puka Nacua and Matt Stafford. And same goes for Matt Stafford to Devontae Adams. So, I think everything is as it should be in Rams land right now.
Now, Lindsay, I think one of the biggest competitions, definitely at Rams camp, but it's also like a top 5 around the league, which is funny to say when it's a backup position, is going to be between Ty Simpson and Stetson Bennett. What have you seen from these two guys so far in camp?
So it's been pretty limited. It's Stetson Bennett that in that first practice with all 4 quarterbacks present, so that was a couple of days ago, he got the bulk of the second team reps. And that is actually one other thing I'm going to be really looking out for today. If when they get on those 11-on-11 drills later in the day, which of those backup QBs is taking those second team reps. Sean McVay has said he's not pigeonholing himself into any quarterback rotation behind Matthew Stafford, and it's going to be a constant evaluation. So as we get into the deeper parts of camp, it's going to be interesting to see that develop. Again, just individual drills so far, but both Stetson Bennett and Ty Simpson looking very sharp as well with the reps they have gotten so far.
Lindsay, we love the check-ins, and we appreciate you stepping away from practice for just a moment. So get back in there. We can't wait to see all the content and sound that you get today.
It's coming. Get ready, guys. Thanks for having me.
You're the
Let's
best.
go.
Thank you.
That was our field reporter at The Fan LA, Lindsay Polaris. You can see all of her content that she posts at The Fan LA across all of our socials. Is this going to be the first time that Myles Garrett is talking to the media since training camp? Because I haven't seen any other sound bites.
I feel like my algorithm would have shown me it if he has.
So this will be the first time.
Yeah.
I'm excited to hear, you guys. That's big.
Yeah, I think it will be really refreshing because, up to this point, every media availability has been either about Aaron Donald or, wow, isn't it so cool that you're here? Yeah. And while there will be a question or two about Aaron Donald, which is going to, every defensive player is going to get asked that until he announces something.
What would it be like if he came back?
Exactly.
Are you excited? Isn't going to happen.
I'm sure Myles is excited, and I'm excited to hear him actually talk about scheme things.
Yeah.
Now that he's actually getting reps, whereas before everything was prediction, now he can actually say how he's adjusting to the scheme, what's different. His role is a little different than what he's done historically with Cleveland.
Explain.
Yeah, so with Cleveland, he was in a 4-3, meaning 4 down defensive linemen and 3 linebackers. So he had his hand in the ground a ton. They moved him around quite a bit. He's Myles Garrett. He can do everything. He can kind of hunt his matchup meaning on a third and long situation.
He is a hunter.
He is a hunter. Yes, he is.
Watch out, run!
Meaning on a third and long situation, he has freedom to line up wherever the heck he wants and attack the guy he wants to attack. Whereas this is a different system, and he will be standing up a lot more. And Chris Shula did a great job of explaining that. I believe Michael Jordan was the reference that he used. You don't bring in Michael Jordan and then ask him to do things that he's never done before. So there will be some kind of balance because he will be standing in a 2-point stance, meaning he will be on his feet without a hand in the ground in this defense a lot more than Cleveland, where he had a hand in the ground almost all the time.
How is that beneficial for him, and how does that change kind of his approach?
How it changes his approach is a lot of times the outside backer in a 3-4 system is responsible for a lot of coverage.
Okay.
They're expected to help out sometimes in running out to the flat, or if there's a slot receiver having to reroute. I doubt they ask Myles Garrett to do that. What I feel they're going to do is they're going to take a very versatile Quentin Lake and a very versatile Trent McDuffie and counteract Myles, who's going to be in the pass rush, and drop one of them behind where Myles should be. So it's going to be very fun to see. I'm excited for some camp clips to make their way online so that I can get a first kind of sneak peek at how they're going about it. But Myles Garrett has seen it all, done it all, but he technically is learning a new position. And I hope, outside of the Aaron Donald questions that I understand people have to ask, I hope he gets asked about that.
That's crazy to think about, too, as like you are the best at your position and now you're coming in and there's a lot of fresh and there's a lot of new. How long does it take someone to get comfortable with that kind of new system?
The beauty is he will have it catered toward him because when you are Myles Garrett, when you're on the field, things get catered toward you. But he's also just played a lot of football. So if there was a rookie who got drafted and he came out of a 4-3 and they're asking him to be in a 3-4, which would be unlikely but not impossible, it would take him a minute because not only is he learning a new position, he's still learning NFL football. Myles Garrett needs to learn new language, but there's nothing that he's going to be asked to do that he isn't exceptional at doing. He knows he can do the things he's being asked to do. He just has to learn the new verbiage that Chris Shula is asking, and there won't be any doubt of confidence that he can do it. So I would say 2 weeks, Myles Garrett is a master of this defense.
Dang.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably sent, like, the moment the trade went down, is that when, like, playbooks kind of get sent if you want that? Or it's like, don't even think about it until you're here at camp?
It would be don't even think about it because we have no doubts that we can cater this toward you and that you're going to thrive in it. But I'm sure there's been meetings with Chris Shula regarding, hey, so here's what your new role is going to look like. And when you're Myles Garrett, you're not worried because you can do anything. And when you're Chris Shula, you're not worried because Myles Garrett can do anything.
First week of school vibes.
Yeah.
I just want to hear from Quentin Lake again because he was so wonderful on our show.
It's fantastic.
Just such a great leader, captain of the team, and well thought responses to everything.
Yeah.
I want his intake of like what it's been like so far having Myles Garrett in the locker room. Shay, we got to make that happen.
Let's get
somehow.
the captain back.
Whether we get like a call in or anything. I know they can't do anything during training camp, but we got to figure out how to talk to Quentin Lake again before the start of the season.
I talked to him when I went to his football camp 2 weeks ago.
You're in.
He will be back.
Okay.
He will be back, yes.
Love that. All right, we're going to take a quick break, you guys, but when we come back, we're heading over to Chargers camp that was started this morning because Rams camp is currently taking place right now, as we heard from Lindsay. But Chargers had their first open camp. We're going to dive into their new identity when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, we've talked a lot about Rams camp this whole week, this whole offseason, really, because they had the blockbuster trade moves. First getting Trent McDuffie from the Chiefs, and then Myles Garrett coming in from Shay's Browns. I want to cheer about that, Shay. And then all the other moves that the Rams made this offseason, just continuing to get better. And then the conversation around, is Aaron Donald coming back and coming out of retirement? But the Chargers also making, I think, hopefully, a franchise-altering move in bringing in Mike McDaniel to help reshape this offense around Justin Herbert, obviously former head coach of the Miami Dolphins. He comes from that Shanahan-McVay bubble tree. He is known as an extremely creative offensive mind, and now as the offensive coordinator for the Chargers, we just talked to Arash Markazi, who was at Chargers camp, and we asked him kind of, what did it look like? What was the vibe? And he's like, you can just feel the Mike McDaniel aura. Yeah. He's on the field. He's yelling first and last name. Let's go, Justin Herbert. How we doing, Justin Herbert? Here we go. And that's just, I love Mike McDaniel so much. I love his just weird is rad vibe. Yep. And he is so authentically himself. Harbaugh too. Ted Lasso, the character, was literally modeled after Harbaugh. So you have a Ted Lasso and you have a Mike McDaniel, and then you have Justin Herbert, who, as we've seen him, not very media forward. Now, obviously, he's engaged to a pop star. Yeah. So we've seen the shift change a little, not a ton. But how do you see Mike McDaniel reshaping this new identity for the Chargers?
It starts with the offensive line, and you're going to have 5 men on the offensive line who were not Chargers at all last year or missed the majority of the season. Left tackle Rashawn Slater missed the entirety of 2025 with a knee injury that he suffered preseason. Left guard will likely be their second-round pick, Jake Slaughter. He played center at Florida, but they will likely move him to the left guard position. He obviously was not here last year. They signed free agent Tyler Biadasz. He'll play the center position. Right guard will be Cole Strange, who was a free agent, not here last year. And right tackle Joe Alt played just 6 games a year ago. Fantastic offensive line, and if everyone can stay healthy, will be among the best offensive lines in football. When you combine that Mike McDaniel is an architect of the run game, the same way that Sean McVay is respected as a premier play caller. If you're talking run game specifically, Mike McDaniel can craft up anything. He is as creative as it gets and can throw as unique looks that a defense has ever seen. You start with running back Omarion Hampton, who's the perfectly balanced back. He can handle any situation, can catch out of the backfield quite a bit too. Hopefully they implement that more this year. They didn't do it a lot last year. And they signed Keaton Mitchell from Baltimore, who will be the speedster. So this run game is ready to go. How it affects Justin Herbert is there will be, I expect, the least amount of work put on Justin Herbert's plate than has ever been on his plate. Last year, they had an awful offensive line due to injuries. They played from behind quite a bit, and it was just Justin Herbert trying to be Superman and getting hit quite often during it. So they can lead with a run game, they can keep hits off of Herbert, and they can control the clock a lot more.
So we talked about this with the Lakers and obviously a new look roster. And you're like, you got to give them 30 games. I think you said 30 games, right? Yeah. Until you can really assess what this new roster looks like. How quickly and how much time are you giving Mike McDaniel to transform the Chargers offense and really see it work with Justin Herbert?
They get 2 games. And the reason is because their first game is they host the Cardinals. Okay. Second game, they host the Raiders. The week 3 to week 10 stretch for the Chargers is what will define their season, because they play at Buffalo versus Seattle versus Denver at Kansas City.
Yikes.
Bye week.
They're going to need that.
At the Rams.
Oh, my gosh.
Versus Houston at Baltimore.
They have a top.
That is.
Where was their strength of schedule? Was Chargers at the top?
That's a good question, because this schedule's nuts. Like this stretch, this 2-month stretch is insane.
Let me look this up.
How they do during this 7-game, 8-week stretch will determine if they when they come out of that stretch. We will know if this is a playoff team or not, and they have to handle business. They have to be able to go. They have to at least win 3 of those games. Ideally, they're able to go 500 or better.
Yeah, so they have the 9th toughest schedule.
Okay. Well, they have the toughest stretch, I will say. It is nuts. I'll repeat it again. At Buffalo, who was a playoff team last year, versus Seattle, who won the Super Bowl last year, versus Denver, who was in the AFC Championship last year, at Kansas City, who will have Patrick Mahomes back, even though they missed the playoffs, a bye week, at the Rams, who are expected to win the Super Bowl this year, versus Houston, who was in the divisional round last year, and at Baltimore, who lost in the playoffs last year. So
it's interesting. So they're saying Bears have the toughest, then Miami. It sucks for Miami because they're a shell of a team right now.
Yeah.
Packers, Cardinals, Chiefs, and that has to be just because of everyone that's in their division, right?
Divisions have a tough aspect of it. Actually, the Ravens did not make the playoffs last year, but they are. But they have top 5 Super Bowl odds
Lamar,
this year. And you have Lamar Jackson.
When Lamar's healthy, they are a top.
Yeah.
Like, he is one of the greatest quarterbacks in the league right now, even though he doesn't have the playoff success.
Yeah. And they still have 5th to 7th best Super Bowl odds. So that's why their schedule is considered so tough. So football is a sprint. It's not a marathon like baseball or like basketball. So they have 2 games, thankfully, against
like any
opponents.
other sport.
Yeah.
Like football is the only sprint.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
Every other sport is a marathon.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I never really considered that.
Yeah, college and NFL.
Yes, the Cardinals and Raiders, thankfully, favorable matchups on paper, and they should be able to handle that. They're also going to get some good preseason looks because they face the Texans, the Niners, and the Rams in the preseason. So they should get some decent reps against some really quality teams. They're going to have some joint practices with the 49ers as well.
The Chargers are?
The Chargers are. Yes. Whew. That'll be a good look. And then they're off and running because like we just laid out, they do not have a lot of leeway.
So, okay, I want to talk about Justin Herbert because we've mentioned the fact that a lot of people in the football world have had high expectations for Justin Herbert, and it hasn't felt like he has lived up to those, but he's also had a lot of personnel turnover. I was always a Justin Herbert fan, and personally because we had him on the Herd as a guest when I was on, and then Colin ended up in the hospital, and he sent him a signed football and reached out to him, and I'm like, hey, that's a good person. When you're a good person, you're always going to be like top of my list, like athlete kind of human. So I want to see him succeed. When you look at like kind of the quarterback tiers right now, where do you place Herbert?
I place him in the lower end of the B tier. Now, if we're talking, what do you think?
Because I'm like, is Mahomes with the top tier, or is he kind of on his own peak?
Yeah, I would put Mahomes and Josh Allen and
Stafford.
I would put Matthew Stafford as the reigning MVP. I will say he was not there for most of last year.
He's just hanging on to the top tier and kind of floating in the next one down.
I would also put Lamar there. However, the lack of playoff success, if you think he needs to be in the B tier, I can't argue with that. I would put Herbert amongst the Lamars, and I know he had a terrible year, so maybe he's hungry to get back up there. And the Joe Burrow I would also put there. So the thing about Herbert is the biggest moments is when he plays the worst. Similar to if we're
Lamar
going to be
Jackson?
critical, exactly.
I mean, also the same, which is
Exactly.
so hard because he is a two-time MVP, but that's the regular season. So when you think about an MVP legacy and player, how much do you take into consideration their postseason playoff success?
You have to take into a lot of it.
Right?
And the story of Justin Herbert right now, as we sit here right now on July 29th, 2026, it's what could have been. Because the talent is there. He is still an insane athlete.
Yeah.
He can still throw the ball a mile. He's still tough as nails. And it's not even entirely his fault. For example, Herbert has played 6 years in the NFL. Over those 6 years, he's been hit 615 times. That is the most of any quarterback in over 2 decades. It's not entirely his fault. But when we talk about history, when we talk about the legacy that you left, people don't really take that into account. It's either did you get it done or did you not? And right now, the talent is there, but he has not got it done.
I'm going to say the addition of Mike McDaniel, his new offensive coordinator, the vibes he's bringing, the fact that he just got engaged to Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Madison Beer. He is engaged to a superstar pop star who just like exudes confidence and success. I'm saying this is going to be his I told you so season.
Okay, put it on paper. Let's go.
I talked about it. There's a stat. I'm going to find this before I come back on air. And it's something about either like when players get married or get engaged or have a child, they have like the best season of their career right after. I don't remember which of the three, but I know it's one of the three. And it feels like this is the year. And if it's not, that's a big disappointment. Herbie, we're all rooting for you, okay?
He's getting it done.
You're
Come on.
engaged. You got Mike McDaniel. It's your time. Thank you for hanging out with us on Brock and Alex. Don't go anywhere. D-Mac and Reiter coming up next.